Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter mastered Warlock abilities. Here is short summary. Harry is looking for release in drinking during the summer. He meets a stranger who is suffering from a loss too. Are they able to get over their loss and help each other? And what does the stranger do for a living? Is he able to help Harry? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It was the 30th of June 1996 as a teenager with raven black hair entered the pub, to the Black Dog, in London. It was an ordinary Muggle pub, but it remembered the teen of his late godfather Sirius Black, whose animagus form had been a big black dog. He felt guilty for the death of him, because he had been lured in a trap by his archenemy Voldemort. Sirius Black had followed his godson with a few others of the Order and fought the Death Eaters to rescue him. Sirius Black had died that damn day. He fell through the veil of the death in the Department of Mysteries. Harry had accepted that the whole guilt didn't lie by him alone. Others like Dumbledore, the old puppet master, and Snape, the Potter-hating potions master, and lastly Creature, the filthy excuse of a house elf, were surely guilty as well as Harry. The fact remained that he was partially guilty, though. That, the new knowledge of that prophecy and the wounds his friends received in the ministry as well were burning him inside out. Nightly he awoke sweating and panting from nightmares. They weren't nightmares sent by Voldemort, they came from his subconscious and left him with a heavy lack of sleep. To ease his pain from grieving and guilt, he sneaked out at night, cleverly avoiding the guards of the Order, and went drinking. He had made quite the coup at Hogwarts before they went to the holidays. He transfigured a simple sheet of parchment into a real ID card, an exact copy of his original. Only this copy stated he was born in 1977 instead of 1980, and to whomever he showed this card, he was 18, legal in the Muggle world. Sure, he had to show his card whenever he ordered a drink, but it didn't only look like original, thanks to his magic it was, except for the fact, it wasn't registered anywhere. And so he activated his marauder genes, which he had inherited from his father. He went unknown to the Order and his relatives to a coin collector some few miles away and sold some of his galleons to him. The shopkeeper couldn't recognize the coins, and so they hadn't a collector's value, but the man agreed to buy them for the worth of the pure gold they consisted of. Harry made quite cash from this and got nearly £350 sterling. Happy with his new money, which meant more freedom for him, he went to the next clothing store and bought some new and more important fitting clothes. 2 pairs of jeans, one black, one blue, some t-shirts, sweaters, some sneakers, and decided to get some contacts and new glasses, which he did some days after. He picked days for that, where his aunt and cousin were out of the house anyway, so he could hide his gatherings behind the loose floorboard under his bed. And just now, he sat with his dark blue hooded sweater, base cap and contacts incognito at the bar in the pub and ordered ale. The barkeeper recognized him already and didn't ask for his card anymore. After Harry had found this pub, he didn't go to any other anymore. The name of it remembered him of Sirius, and so he drank to him nearly every other night. He wasn't silly and knew that drinking wouldn't make the pain go away, but it numbed it for a short time, and that was enough for now. He drank also, not too much, and didn't got really pissed, but enough to make him forget for a while. After an hour, a dark-haired man sat down next to him and ordered a whiskey, not a glass, but a bottle and an empty glass. Harry stared at the man, surprised. The man seemed to be around 50 years old and seemed really fit to Harry, judging by his athletic figure. He filled the glass to the half and emptied it in one go. Harry turned his head back to his ale and took a sip too. As his glass was empty, he ordered a glass of whiskey instead of ale. The barkeeper shot him a worried look and muttered, "Today was a bad day then." Harry nodded. "A bad night again, Will, the barkeeper, has got to know Harry during the last few days. On some days he would only drink some ales and exchange some words with Will. On other days, like today it seemed, he ordered whiskey instead of ale and got nearly drunk. But Will knew and valued the fact that Harry knew his line. He never got really drunk till now. Will had sympathy for the teen and knew he lost someone near to him. The dark-haired man next to him scrutinized him thoughtful. Harry turned his head to him and looked him in his eyes. In the blue eyes of the stranger he recognized the same hollow look he saw every morning in the mirror. "You seem too young to have to drink away great pain," the man said. "And you, did you lose someone near to you too, like I did?" Harry asked in a sad voice. The man nodded and filled his glass, and after a moment of hesitation Harry's glass also. They clinked their glasses together and said quietly, "To our dears," and emptied their glasses. "Whom did you lose, if I may ask?" Harry asked, feeling connected to this man through his pain. "My wife and my little daughter. She was 11 and should enter Hog, a boarding school this year," the man said. Harry's head shot up and stared the man determined in his sad eyes. "What?" the man asked surprised. Harry looked over his shoulder, but Will was serving some guests and nobody was near them to overhear them talking. He whispered, "You aren't talking about Hogwarts, are you?" The man was clearly surprised and took a more exact look at his opposite. "And what do you know about Hogwarts?" Harry ignored the question and asked sadly, "Your wife and your daughter, were they killed by Death Eaters or maybe Voldemort himself?" The man winced slightly, but less than all the other wizards Harry knew. "Yes, they were. They were tortured by some of his inner circle for an hour and then killed before my own eyes. All that because I refused to join Voldemort." "You say his name. I am impressed," said Harry with a hollow laughter. Then he added, "I am sorry for your loss." "Thanks. What's with you then?" "My godfather was killed some days ago by Bellatrix Lestrange as he tried to rescue me from an ambush. The irony is, that I went to rescue him in the first place, but it was a trap for me." "Lestrange!" shouted the man nearly and stomped his glass hard on the bar. "You know that insane bitch?" Harry asked. "Yeah, I kind of hunted her down and putted her to Azkaban." "Too bad, she didn't stay there then," Harry said and ordered another ale. "Why would Voldemort lure you into a trap, a mere boy?" "I may be a boy from age, but I have seen much more of his horror than most ancient wizards alive, I think." Harry muttered quietly. "And why did he ask you to join him?" Harry asked. "Because, sorry, I will tell it to you, you seem sincere to me, but I fear, I will have to obliviate you afterwards though." "Well, I could tell you the same, but I am not allowed to do magic outside of school yet." "But I agree. Let's talk freely today and do afterwards whatever you must. I don't feel up to secrets anymore. I had enough for a lifetime and you don't seem to be a supporter of Snakeface. So give it a shot." "You don't fear him, do you?" the man asked surprised. "Why should I? He is nothing but a crazy murderer and it is my fate to face him, with or without accepting this fact." "I agree, he is intimidating if he is standing in front of you, but for me it's not enough to fear his name. And one day, I will be ready to face him." "You sound like you did stand in front of him. And you say, you are a minor." "Yes I am and yes I did, 5 times in one form or another." 5 times, the man said clearly impressed, "And you live?" Harry looked him in his eyes with a sad look. "May I?" he asked and pointed to his bottle. The man nodded. "Feel free." "Thanks." He poured himself and the man another glass. He raised it and looked the man in his stern face. "Yes, I lived. I am the bloody boy who lived," he said bitterly, emptied his glass and stomped it down on the table. "You're the B. Harry Poe?" the man asked aghast. Harry laid his finger to his lips. "Okay, show me," the man demanded. Harry lifted his base cap and pulled his hair away, so that he could see his scar. The man nodded. "Now I understand. Your godfather was Sirius Black and the battle you spoke of was that at the Ministry. I am sorry for your loss, Harry. Sirius was a good man." "You knew him?" "Not personally. I heard of him and his adventures at school. I never believed that he was guilty." "You never answered my question," Harry said after a thoughtful minute. "Ah, yes, I was an unspeakable. And why?" "Was. Because I left. I had enough to work under such an incompetent minister." "I second that. I wanted to become an Auror, but I have no wish to work for a fool like him too." "Why did you want to become an Auror?" "I have to prepare to fight. That's why." "I understand. Do you know why Voldemort was really after me?" the man asked. "No. Unspeakables are specialists. Much more capable than every Auror, but every unspeakable is a specialist in his own branch. Some are weapon experts, some are scientists, some are warriors of a kind. And you, I am the last true warlock. A warlock. That is a warrior of some kind, isn't it? Harry asked, slightly amused. Yeah, you could say that. The man smiled a bit. Warlocks are mages specialized in battle magic and warfare. They are schooled in tactics, strategy, dueling, stealth, and the most powerful curses, hexes and shields that are known to wizard kind. They are the only ones allowed to use dark magic, because battle magic is mostly dark if only slightly. The Unforgivables are of course the exception and are only allowed to use at special orders of the ministry approved by the wizard gamut. To become a warlock, you have to be of exceptional magical power, willpower and intelligence. It has to be approved by the Department of Mystery and the file is then top secret. An apprentice to a warlock will also be educated in his special talents if he has some. For instance, Animagi, for instance. So, the man seemed to be in deep thoughts. If you don't want to be an Auror, you could become a warlock. I can nearly sense the power radiating of you. Are you interested? Sure, I am, Harry said, excited. I could be your master and you my apprentice. Apprenticeship is a very traditional form of education and you'll be taught only by me. You will have to live with me and will follow any orders I give you, exceptions are orders against moral and ethic of course. Sounds fair. How long does it take? From 1, but that's the theoretical exception, up to 10 years. I achieved my master after 5. With the proper incentive you may get it in 3, maybe less. I tend to believe, a Dark Lord after your ass is a proper incentive. Harry replied sarcastically. Okay, where do I sign? How about Hogwarts and living arrangements? And do you wish to take me as your apprentice in the first place? Yes I do. I want to help you to erase the filth who killed my family from Earth. That I will. I promised it to my dead parents and to Sirius. I will avenge them and I will protect my friends. That's the right way. Boy, sorry. You are no longer a boy, Harry, not after what you went through. You know, after the old laws, you are no longer under the restriction of underage magic, because I as your master am then responsible for your actions. If you agree now verbally, I will remove the tracking charm of your wand. I will go to the ministry and get the paperwork done, but you have to accompany me to the Department of Mystery for a test of your abilities and your power level. I have no doubts though. You will stay where you are for now and you will attend Hogwarts for now too. You will take your newts as fast as possible, before the end of your 6th year. That is your first test. The faster you accomplish that, the faster we will begin the real training. We will look for a place to stay then. For this time I will teach you some things and I will stay in Hogsmeade during this. You only have to find a way to Hogsmeade, that you can get out unrecognized. You're kidding me, right? Harry asked, amused. What do you mean? Have you ever heard of the Marauders? Sure. Well, my dad was one and Sirius another. The other 2 are also known to me. One is Peter Pettigrew, alias Wormtail. An illegal rat animagus, and he is alive and serving Snakeface now. That is interesting. So you are trying to say, that you do know of a way from school to Hogsmeade? Well, 2 secret passages, that are usable now, answered Harry, grinned. That's settled then. Fine. Any questions? Are you versed in laws? Yes, in the common laws and in all laws regarding dark magic and battle magic. I am a minor yet. When can I get my full inheritance? There must be more than my fault, at least the deeds for Godric's Hollow. I also don't know, to whom Sirius left his property. Maybe we can find in this way a place to stay and to train. That is a good idea, Harry. I will look into it. I think, there was a passus, that you could be technically of age, through the apprenticeship. I don't intend to be lazy, but what about holidays and free time, maybe to visit friends, once I leave school? Have no worries. The master decides about free time, but I value friends and love, if you are in love. When you can apparate or make a portkey and are up to your work, you only have to ask me. We will have to look after your safety though. That's fine by me. For now I have people who look after me. I know. The Order of the Phoenix. Tent are not very watchful, if you are here now, aren't they? It seems so, Harry replied, grinning. Do you think You could sneak out tomorrow, to accompany me to the ministry for the test. Maybe in the morning. I will guarantee your safety, but as I said, warlocks and those in training are on top of the secrecy in the Department of Mystery, even if they don't work actively for them. They do it, that they could call you in an emergency because you owe them so much. Our codex demands it though. So you don't work for them, but you do. Harry grinned. If you put it so, yes. The man grinned too, by the way. I am Richard Weller. Please be so kind and call me Richard or Rick. Sure. I am Harry, just Harry, by the way. Harry grinned. He was now in a better mood, because of the new perspective in his life. Nice to meet you, just Harry. Do you think you can make it? Let me think. Yeah. We will meet at the park near the swings, as early as possible. Let's say 6. Why so early? I tend to get not much sleep because of nightmares, and so I can sneak out of the house without alerting my dear relatives. By the way, I started running at this time, so no one will notice something unusual. By the sound of breath behind me, I can mostly recognize who watches after me, and he or she is then in for a surprise. Or I could use a detection spell and a sleeping spell to make it easier when you remove the charm. You have a cunning mind, my friend. That could work. Why thanks. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin. Sometimes I think he was right myself. Harry grinned and was joined by Rick. Then let's stop drowning our grief in whiskey now and start moving on and go after the cause of it, but with a cool, clear mind, free of rage and thirst for revenge. Rick said and raised his glass. Harry did so too, and they saluted, for the cause. They said and emptied their glasses and gave the half-full bottle back to Will. He said goodbye to both of them with a small smile and knew he wouldn't see them again anytime soon, and for once, he was happy about it. It's good you start running. You will need endurance and strength too. Will said outside and removed the charm from Harry's wand. What can I do to further accomplish that? What can I learn during the holidays? I will not be able to come to you and teach you. You can however learn the theory of occlumency, legilimency, apparition and battle curses along with the according laws by yourself. If you have the gift, you can also learn the basics of animagus and maybe others. For your physical fitness, continue jogging. Maybe we could get some weights tomorrow. If you show me how to expand my room magically, I can set them up and train. I could also use a secret expansion of it, to store the necessary books and such so that never anybody would guess all that is in my room. Is that possible? It is. As I said, you are clever if you put your mind into it. I will teach you tomorrow the expansion charm and an illusion spell to hide the expansion in such a way that not even Dumbledore would find it. Why not simply divide the room physically through a copy of the original wall with a secret entrance through my closet? Asked Harry. Rick shook his head. That is even better. I like your kind of thinking already. We will have so much fun. I hope so. Now I will head home, and look if I can get some sleep for an exchange. Today was a really good day. The new education will help me and it is a positive outlook. Maybe I will have a peaceful sleep, because just now I made my peace with Sirius. What about you? I think I have a long way before I can say that, but it looks certainly better, thanks to you, Harry. Rest well then, and we will see each other tomorrow at 6. As Harry thought, he got a peaceful sleep for the first time since the end of the school, and that without the help of potions. He awoke fresh and well rested for a change. He showered quietly and ignored the snoring sounds of his relatives. He dressed in his black jeans and a dark blue t-shirt. He putted a simple black robe in his backpack. As usual, he putted on his base cap and his new glasses. He took his contacts and sunglasses with him in his backpack along with his shrunken firebolt only for emergency. He donned his invisibility cloak after he got all his things he might need and went quietly down the stairs, carefully avoiding the screeching steps. He had looked after a nice spell to find his guard. He recognized that they were mostly near the garden door. He muttered a short charm which enabled him for about 10 minutes to see in infrared vision. Whoa, he whispered, surprised as his vision changed abruptly. He saw now all in red colors, and warmer places like the asphalt of the street, which was warming in the sun, glowed in brighter colors. He saw now a yellow and blue shadow near the garden door. He sneaked up to the order member and whispered, so porous. The figure sank down to the ground and he caught it, before it could fall down to the floor too hard. He was surprised. The guard was relatively small in height. He countered the vision spell with a finite incantatem, and dragged the figure in the garden. He removed the cloak and he couldn't help to smile. It was Tonks. She had shoulder-length hazel brown hair and a nice heart-shaped face. She looked peaceful and sweet sleeping. He assumed that was her natural form. Because of the cloak there was no need to change her appearance. She looked nice. He wondered how old she was. She looked a bit younger than in her disguises. He beeped her carefully on her forehead and whispered, "Sleep well, Tonks." He laid her down on the ground and she curled up like a baby. Then he covered her with her cloak and put up a spell which let all muggles avoid this spot in the garden. He couldn't have the Dursleys fell over this fragile girl now, could he? Then he put up a silencing charm around her. She wouldn't wake up for at least 4 hours if not awakened by something. Then he went happily out of the garden and jogged to the park. He reached it just in time. Rick sat relaxed on one of the swings and waited for him. "Hi Harry," he said. Harry was surprised and took his cloak away. "Hi, how did you know it was me? Did you hear me? I used a silencing charm on my boots." "Clever." "No, I didn't hear you but saw your steps in the grass." "Ah, I have to remember that." "You better do. Let's go. We have much to do." "Okay, how do we get there?" "Special portkey. Grab it." He handed him a blank plastic card. He felt the usual pulling behind his navel and found himself in the circular room in the Department of Mysteries. "Wow, we have overgone the entrance." "Yes, as I said, it is all top secret, even within the Ministry. The advantage of working under the Department of Mysteries." "That's great." "That it is. Follow me." He led him to a door, which looked like the door he couldn't open at his last visit. "Richard Weller and Harry James Potter," he stated to the door. A white light shot out of the door and seemed to scan Rick. The same after that with Harry. He felt a slight tingling over his body as the beam wandered over him. The door simply melted away after that. "Wow," said Harry as he followed Rick in. They were now in a long straight corridor with many doors left and right. They stopped in front of one with a sign, "Department Supervisor." Rick knocked and entered. A gray-haired wizard sat at the huge desk in front of them. "Rick, nice to see you. And you are Harry Potter, I assume?" Harry nodded. "Hi Stanley. Nice to meet you too. You know why we are here?" "Yes, you want to teach Mr. Potter the way of the Warlocks. Very interesting, that you just now decided to take an apprentice." "It is necessary." "That may be. Will he be independent or under our orders?" "Independent for now." "Fine by me. I know of some of your experiences with our dear minister, Mr. Potter. Now Rick, do you have the papers ready?" "Here, I added a request for full adult rights for Harry. He has enough responsibility for that. He went through enough to mature far beyond his years. I have no objections." "Mr. Potter, are you aware that if you sign this, you will have full rights of adults, but you were an adult before the law as well?" "That is fine," Harry said without emotion. "Then so be it. I declare him adult under the ruling of the apprenticeship and take the papers to the archives." "Sign here and here please, Mr. Potter." Harry did as he was told. Then he got a magical ID card from Stanley which stated officially that he was an adult now. He also got a copy of the papers and the apprenticeship contract. "Mrs. Winters is waiting for you too. I think it will be interesting to follow your education, Mr. Potter. Feel free to visit again, if you have questions." "Thanks." They went the corridor down to a door which stated, "Scanning and Testing." Rick knocked again and entered. Here they met a younger witch with blonde hair and a white robe. She smiled as the two wizards entered. "Rick, Clara, may I introduce you to my new apprentice? That is Harry Potter. Harry, that is Clara Winters, unspeakable and scientist. Special branch. Magical auras and special talents. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Winters, and please call me Harry." "Thanks Harry. Now I believe you want to be tested." "I think so. May I ask a question?" "That you just did," Clara said smiling. Harry frowned. "Just like Dumbledore." "Well, I am his grandniece. But have no fear. Nothing about any unspeakable will leave this room." Thanks, I appreciate that. Now I wanted to ask, why is not every wizard tested if there is a way to do that? It is not necessary that every wizard is trained in all his talents. The test may also be a bit painful. I hope you are okay with that. That is no problem. I don't think it will come near the Cruciatus, will it? No, of course not. You were hit with one. More than one, and from Snakeface himself. Not a very nice feeling, I assure you. Harry joked, but his voice was underlaid with a bit of sadness but mostly determination. Sorry to hear that. Now let's start. Firstly, I will make an aura scan of yours to get an impression of your magical power. As long as you don't tell me, I will one day be a great wizard, that's okay. Harry joked. She smiled and led him to a circular symbol on the floor where he was to stand. Rick was sent to the far back of the room to avoid disturbances. Then Clara started to cast a complex series of spells on him and he glowed in different colors for a moment. That is strange. She muttered and continued to cast spells. After that she took an apparatus out of her desk and scanned him with it. She talked to Rick. He has a powerful aura without doubts and he seems to have at least 2 skills, but I can't scan them. He seems to have a block of some kind on him. Could it be the scar? The link to him? Harry asked, suddenly very interested. It may be the case. Could you take a look, Rick? Clara asked. He nodded and began to cast also complex spells on him. There is definitely a block. You're right, Clara. It reeks of dark magic. Harry, I can remove it now, but it will surely hurt and you may pass out for a while. Harry shrugged. I don't care. Get that thing of me. As you wish. Clara, I need your help. She nodded and he told her the spells they would use. 2 beams of blue light shot at him and he felt the pain. It was not as hard as the Cruciatus, but it felt not good either. He felt as if someone tried to drill a hole in his skull and then prodded his brain with hot needles. He pressed his teeth together, determined not to scream and not to pass out. They cast another 3 spells at him, before it was over. He didn't scream and he didn't pass out. He was white as a ghost though. It's over now, Harry. Now are you up to the test again? Clara asked, full of sympathy. He nodded. Let's get over with it. Well, Rick, step aside, please. She repeated the procedure and now she was looking at him with wide eyes. She shook her head and repeated the test. I have to be sure, she muttered. She took a form of some kind and made notes and signs on it. Harry, did you ever change your appearance, like hair, nails or such? He shrugged. I was once taken to a hairdresser and he cut it nearly completely down. The next day it was back as it was before. When was your last haircut? That was the last cut. I thought it was a wizard's feature. Harry said, now unsure. Clara smiled. That it is not for any wizard as a matter of fact. It may be so for a metamorphagus. A metamorphagus? You are joking, right? No, I am not. You will not have the full ability, but you should be able to change some of your features, for sure your hair if you find another who can teach you. Good, I know one. She lies sleeping in my garden now. He grinned. Why is that? Clara asked. She was to watch over me today. I put her under a sleeping spell, a silencing charm and an avoidance charm. Rick laughed loud but Clara shook her head. She will not be pleased when she wakes up. Then I should be better back then. She has quite a temper too. Harry grinned. Okay, next. I know you didn't want to hear that, but your aura shows a power that surpasses easily every normal wizard. In fact, you have the power level of a mage. A mage? What is that? There are different power levels. The ordinary is wizard, above that is sorcerer and grand sorcerer like my great uncle, and above that is mage and further grand mage. The last and only recorded grand mage was Merlin himself. Great. I lie now between Dumbledore and Merlin. Put that block back in place. Harry groaned and Rick laughed. Go on. That wasn't all, was it? Harry said. No, you are no normal mage either. I knew it. Harry swore. You are a fire mage. With the control of this power you will have complete control over fire. You can call it to your will and you will be resistant to it. But I must warn you. If you lose your temper, you may cause a catastrophe, and if the power outlet is great enough, it will be like Hiroshima. That is not good. I kind of tend to lose my self-control. Harry admitted sheepishly. We will work on that, Rick said earnestly. Now the next. You have the ability of an animagus with 2 forms actually, a royal eagle and a shadow tiger. Now that is a rare form if there ever was one. You have to take a look in our archives to find information on both. Both are magical animals as well. I would like to take a look at both forms if you achieve them. Harry could only nod. He was too shocked to truly wonder anymore. Anything else? You are a Parseltongue, but that you know already. Only now. You have full access to it and don't need a snake anymore. You have a slight gift of empathy and will feel other people's emotions to some extent. With mastering of occlumency and legilimency, you will be able to separate your own feelings from that of others. Could come in handy. You also have a knack for mind magic and will master occlumency and legilimency in no time since the block is away. Harder will it be to master wandless magic. You have enough power to do it, but it is hard to control and reacts badly to that temper of yours. That I can second, said Harry laughing. Anything else? Laser eyes, flying, invincibility. Was my real name maybe Clark Kent? Rick laughed so hard that tears ran down his face and Clara smiled also. No, that was it for now. There may be some changes when you reach your magical maturity around 21, but for now, that is all. Let me get this straight. I have talents in mind magic, wandless magic, metamorphagus partially, empathy partially, animagus. 2 forms, both magical. I am a mage, I am a fire elemental and could blow up a whole town with a thought. Forgot something. Yeah, you are a great wizard, Clara said laughing. Harry frowned, but then smiled as well. Okay, I surrender. Rick, you better teach me to control that all or I will grill you or something. That I will, Harry. Rick laughed. Now, that was all. It was nice to meet you, Harry. They said goodbye to Clara and left the office. Could we get some books on all that? I am sure there are no books about all that in Flourish and Bots. Some maybe but not detailed enough for our purposes. We will get them now from our library. They reached a great double door and got some books and took them to the receptionist. Mr. Potter, welcome to our department. I know you're independent. The witch smiled. What kind of books do you normally read for fun? Quidditch through the ages and the like. Why? Well, we can't have anyone read these books now, can we? We don't want to lose them either. I will make copies for you and they are yours. For others they will look like Quidditch books. So you will not raise suspicion. Nobody is to know of your training and status. That is cool, if I may say so. Thanks. Here, your books. Have a nice day. Thanks. What now? Now we take a look in your property. Touch the card. It will take us to Gringotts and after that we will go shopping in Diagon Alley in Muggle London, if you like. That's great. Let me get me my disguise, he said smiling. He took down his new glasses, silver with a thin wire frame and more rectangular glasses. They looked much better than his old ones. He putted in his contacts and took his sunglasses and lastly he donned his base cap. Not bad. Easy solution for now. If you can get your metamorphic abilities started it will not longer be necessary. I hope so. Let's go. They appeared in Gringotts shortly after and after a small argument they were led to the head goblin. There Harry demanded his full inheritance. Now, Mr. Potter, I have to ask Mr. Dumbledore, the goblin said. Rick kept silent. He wanted to see how Harry would handle this. Harry's eyes flashed up in inner green light. And why is that? He has the control over your property. No, from now on he hasn't. As you said, it is my property. I am officially of age and nobody has any right to control me or my property. Did I made myself clear? Harry asked with a voice of steel. The goblin shrank back under his piercing glare and the cutting tone of his voice. The aura of pure power and suppressed rage around him did nothing to help the small creature in front of the future Warlock. I want a list of all my belongings and the amount of money I own. I also want to know, what is my part of the left property of one Sirius Black. I know for a fact, that he left a will, and I want it within the next 10 minutes, if you would be so kind. Harry demanded with a silky voice that was laced with power. That is not possible. I don't care. If you think you can give the control of my property to a manipulating old fool, I will show you how wrong you are. And time is money. Surely you have all know that, so hurry. The goblin fled out of the room and Rick chuckled. You will make a fine warlock, Harry. Already now you are intimidating to an extent that would put Dumbledore to a shame. Why thanks. As he said that Dumbledore is in control, I had to use every ounce of control I had. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have blown up this office. I felt the fire burning in me. I have to learn to control that Rick and that fast. I don't want to hurt anybody without intention. As long as you recognize this fact, you are on the right way, Harry, he said proudly. The goblin entered 8 minutes later and put a stack of papers down in front of him. Harry, however, didn't touch it. Show me my estates, he demanded. The goblin took some of the papers and handed them to Harry. Thanks. He scrolled through the parchments. Here, a cottage on the verge of Hogsmeade from my grandparents. That would be ideal for you to stay during my schooling and for us afterwards. So I am near my friends and can protect them if needed. Sounds good. He scrolled further. As I thought, I have inherited Sirius House. Say goblin, here is said there is a condition to this deed. You have either to let a Mr. Remus Lupin stay there or give him another suitable home. That's okay with me then. Now about the money. How much? I am sorry, I wasn't able to get the correct amount, sir. Then estimate it. I didn't want to know the sum down to the last canute. Around 10.5 million galleons. Rick whistled, but Harry didn't show any emotion. He had thought it would be much. The Potters as well as the Blacks were old families. Say me, did Mr. Black left anything to other ones than me? Yes, he left a sum of 100.000 galleons to Mr. Lupin. You got 150.000 and Miss Tonks got 80.000. So the rest of the money came from my parents. Yes, it accumulated through the ages by the Gryffindor line and later the Potters. Gryffindor. Why am I not surprised? I wonder, who owns Hogwarts? Hogwarts was owned partially by Gryffindor, but the founders decided to let the school be his own owner. You have the right of a special quarter though, and the right to use it as sanctuary whenever you want. Nice to hear. Harry grinned evilly. Then he frowned. Tell me, are there any servants in my deeds? Yes, there is one house elf in the noble house of Black. 2 in the manor at Godric's Hollow. I thought it was destroyed. It was rebuilt, seemingly by the elves themselves. They are however free and paid from your fault. That's okay. There is one house elf in Phoenix Home, as the cottage in Hogsmeade is called. He was also freed by Miss Lily Potter and is staying at Godric's Hollow if he isn't working. That is also okay. Any special items I have to know about? The signet rings of the House Potter and Black. Normally you would only wear your family ring. Harry, is the property of the Blacks, belongs now to the Potters. The line is now deceased as you are the last Black heir. Rick explained helpfully. The Ring of Potter grants also the entrance to Godric's Hollow. Otherwise no one can find it. You have to press the tiger on the ring and say, "Take me home to where I belong," the goblin explained. A tiger. Give it to me please. He handed him the rings of Potter and Black. The ring of Potter showed a black tiger which was striking a dragon with his paw. Is that a coincidence? Harry asked Rick. You know, the forms come after your personality. That may be a reason for your form. Harry nodded. Anything else? A charmed motorcycle in the Black Vault, some ancient books, I believe, and I have to admit, I don't know if there is more, sir. Good. I need some money. Is there an easier way to get some? And Muggle currency as well. To our VIPs we offer a credit card and a debit card which are to use in the Muggle world. As the Potter heir you can admit payments in any wizarding shop with your signet ring, Mr. Potter. You may ask for money as well at the VIP counter. There is no need to drive down to our dungeons. The limit for that is however 10.000 galleons per day. If you want more, you have to go down. That should be enough, thanks. May I have the cards? I took the freedom and let them to be ordered. They should be ready every minute. Thanks. Why weren't you so nice from the beginning? Harry asked nicely. Well, I am sorry for that, Mr. Potter. I hope that you can forgive me. The fact that you are now officially of age and on the other hand Headmaster Dumbledore was not a simple thing for me. I want to apologize. Accepted. I must however point out that nobody is to know any information about my property that includes Dumbledore. As you wish. We are discreet. Thanks. He got the cards and codes for them and got a magical enlarged bag of galleons for the shopping. He took 5,000 galleons and the bag wasn't larger than a fist. Then they went shopping. Harry got a new wand holster which allowed him fast drawing and it was charmed against summoning and theft. He got also a collection of new fine robes and other wizarding clothes. Further he bought some books, potions, ingredients, boots and a collection of weapons at the advice from Rick. He got a set of silver daggers, 2 throwing knives to be placed in his boots and Rick wanted him to have a sword. A sword? Harry asked. Rick grinned and pulled his robe aside. There Harry saw a longsword hanging at his side. You know, I have a sword already. Only that Dumbledore has it in his office. And what kind of sword would that be? Rick asked interested. The kind of Godric Gryffindor's sword. Harry said grinning. Gryffindor's sword. Well, do you know that this is a highly magical weapon? Much more magical than the ones you bought already. I thought so. Why? Because, if it truly belongs to you, you can summon it with a thought every time. Well, that is a neat information, said Harry with an evil grin. He raised his hand and called the sword with his mind. A second later he could feel the well-known weight in his hand. I think someone is now heavily wondering where it went, Harry said laughing and looked to the clerk in the armory store. I want a nice scabbard for that. A charmed one, wearable at the back and at the side please. Strongest dragonhide if you have, Rick added. The clerk nodded hastily and went to the back. He appeared later with 5 scabbards. One was black and had a white-black striped tiger on it, which was on the jump. That I want, Harry said. He took it and stuck the sword in it. It fits, I will take it. They let nearly 500 galleons in that store. How about some treatment? Rick asked. What? Well, a haircut, earrings, tattoos if you like. Tattoos, earrings. Well, I don't have an earring anymore but I had one as I was younger. I have also some nice tattoos. Well, it sounds surely interesting. He led Harry to a store for such things and greeted the clerk. I want to speak to the owner. Tell him Rick is asking. A moment please. 1 minute later a bald muscled man came from the back and hugged Rick. Ricky, how are you? Better. Could we go to the back please? Why yes. Follow me. You close the shop and take lunch break. Be back in 2 hours. Yes sir. The clerk did as told and left. So, who is your special guest now? That's my apprentice Harry Potter. Harry, this is Joe. Nice to meet you Harry. Harry was pleased that he didn't look up to his scar once. What can I do for you both? Well, he is in need of a haircut. He may be also interested in some earrings and tattoos. Joe clapped his hands and laughed. You are the type who doesn't care about your fame and famous scar, right? Right. Well, to piss all of, you should tattoo another one on the other side of your forehead which mirrors the original and cut your wild hair short, he said joking. Harry couldn't help it, he joined his and Rick's laughter. I think not, but it is a nice mental picture, Joe. Well, I thought of a black tiger and a royal eagle. Nice combination especially if you choose magical tattoos. I would recommend your back. There is enough room to move for them. It is also a nice picture Harry. Thanks. We could add a matching earring to that. We will find something to your liking. I would recommend short hair though. Forget the scar. You are what you are, Harry. They stare at it if you hide it or not. And for disguise, there are better methods. Harry, trust him with it. He is a master in his branch. Rick assured him. Thanks. I think I will trust you with this. For the disguise, we are working on that. As I thought, said Joe grinning. I know Rick since childhood and I know what he did for a living. Harry nodded. Then let's get to work. 2 hours later, Harry left the shop, with short brushed up hair with dark blue tips. He had now an earring. It was a simple silver ring through his ear. He liked the idea of a tooth, but didn't want to copy Bill. The simple ring was cool enough and went well with his short hair. He also had a huge black tiger on his back which took nearly a third of his back area. Another quarter was covered by a majestic silvergray royal eagle when he spread his wings. Clara had told him the color of his forms already. He did get a third tattoo on his right arm around his upper arm in the height of his bicep. There, written in ancient runes stood, "May the power of the righteous fire blast away all evil from the earth to protect the innocent and avenge all victims." It was written in black runes, outlined with deep blood red, and looked foreboding but stunningly cool. Now combined with his sunglasses, nobody would recognize him even without the base cap. Rick had cast a complex temporarily glamour charm to hide his scar, and it worked perfectly. For once he was a normal, slightly rebellious teenager on a shopping trip. They went now to Muggle London, where he got nearly a whole new wardrobe, a complete set of weights with a bench, a cardio cycle, a punching bag, and some other machines for pulling and such. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon as they went back to Privet Drive. After an advice of Rick, he had bought a nice but plain silver necklace for Tonks. "Then face the wrath of your girl, Harry," Rick said, laughing, and bid him goodbye. "Yeah, and if I survive, I will sneak out again next week to visit the houses with you. Chances are that I will go to Sirius House soon enough. Sneaking out will be so much harder then." Harry sighed. Here goes nothing. He went in the house of number 4 and went up to his room. The moment he entered his room, he was roughly pulled in. The door was locked with a charm, and a privacy charm followed. Tonks looked now like her usual disguised self, except for the fact that she was angry beyond reason. "Tonks, I am sorry, you know." Harry started but was immediately silenced by a charm. "Now you will listen to me, boy," she bellowed. Harry frowned. He hated it to be called boy. Firstly, it reminded him of his treating by the Dursleys, and secondly, he wasn't a boy anymore. "Don't take that look with me. You want to be treated like an adult. Fine, if you will ever become one, I will think about it," she yelled. Harry became slightly angry himself. "What were you thinking, sneaking out like that?" she yelled at him. "I know you are sorry about Sirius." That hit hard in his guts. "I know you think you are responsible for it. Well, here is the news. While it was incredible stupid to go to the Ministry, the same level as you did now, you were not responsible for Sirius' actions, because he should have stayed in his damn house. The world doesn't spin around you alone, Harry. I don't want to bear it any longer to see you grieving and rotting away. You were once such a nice boy. And you are not the only one. Remus is nothing but a hollow shell anymore, barely talking. Even Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins are grieving for him. Damn, he was my friend too. I can't stand it anymore." Now she broke down and sobbed heavily, and he felt a sting in his heart. "And then you go who knows where and put a sleeping spell on me. I awoke after a half day, and now I waited for 4 hours not knowing where you went, if you were abducted, killed, or whatever. I was scared to death." Harry. He couldn't bear it any longer. He had hurt her heavily and done her and every other person Sirius was dear to wrong. He went over to her and took her in a heartfelt hug. He felt something snap in him as he tried to talk, and her silencing spell was broken. He stroked her gently over her back as she sobbed on his shirt. "It is all right." "No, it is not, I know. But let me tell you something. I wasn't hurt or abducted. I went to London and had some things to do. I couldn't wait longer to get this done. It was important for me and the war. Please trust me. I had no intention to hurt you. Please believe me," he said in a soothing voice. "Harry, I couldn't bear to lose you too," she sobbed. "I am sorry. Please forgive me," he said sincerely. She nodded and dried her tears away. She looked him in his deep green eyes. "What did you mean, you couldn't lose me too?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, Harry, what did you do?" she yelled as she looked at him with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" he asked in his most innocent voice. "You look absolutely stunning." Both blushed at this statement. "Well, I went to a hairdresser and got this haircut and these tattoos," he stated the obvious. She looked at his arm, then her eyes widened even further. "How can you talk?" "Why shouldn't I?" he asked, grinning. "You were under a spell. How did you break through?" He grinned some more. "Well, what can I say? It's magic. Don't joke with me, boy. How did you do it?" He shrugged. "I wanted to tell you that I am sorry and that I did. Nothing more, nothing less." She could see that he told the truth. She was weary and sat heavily down on his bed. He sensed her mood swing and sat down beside her. He laid his arm around her and pulled her to his side. "You should know that I am no longer a little boy," he said seriously. She started to say something but he stopped her. "No, I mean it. While you were right, that I hurt you as I tricked you, I can assure you, I was safe all the time. I didn't run blindly away, that time of my life I left behind me. You were right, with what you said about me. I did grieve about Sirius and I still do it. But I didn't acknowledge that you lot were hurting too, and for that I am sorry. I will write to Remus and try to help him. Thanks that you reminded me of that fact. I owe you a big one for that. But please, stop treating me like a child, because I am no one anymore. I did what I had to do and I am sorry that you were suffering for it. But it was a must." "Harry, where were you and why?" she asked seriously. "I can't tell you. I can tell you that it is important for the war, that it will help us and that it is nothing illegal. On the contrary, it is highly official but top secret too. Not even Dumbledore knows about it and it will stay so. I am sorry, but that is nothing what helps me to trust you," she said disappointed. "Well, if I would tell you some things, would you keep it for yourself or would you run to Dumbledore and spill my secrets? By the way, does anyone knows about my absence?" "No, not yet." "Fine. Then I could obliviate you and we both would be fine," Harry said evilly grinning. "You wouldn't dare," she yelled. "Yes I would," Harry said now with a steely voice, "because my life could depend on it." She looked shocked. But then he smiled. "But I think what I will tell you is interesting enough for you to keep quiet about it." "Tell me, please," she begged now like a kid and made puppy dog eyes. "Well, I made some tests today and I found out that I could use your help." "What? With what?" She was totally beside herself now. "Well, you know, I am partially a metamorphagus and I kind of hoped you would help me to train." "You are what?" "Exactly what I said," Harry chuckled. "You are joking, right?" "Nope. Will you believe me if I tell you that I only went to a hairdresser once in my life? My aunt let him cut down my hair nearly completely. The next day it was back as it was before. And I never got a haircut afterwards. My hair stayed as it was, before today at least," he added grinning. "Well, that is a sign. Okay, I will keep quiet about it and help you if you spill another of your naughty secrets," she agreed with a devious smile. "That is blackmailing and a crime, you know." "Oh well, here, take a look at that," he said and tossed her his ID. She stared with wide eyes on this magical card. You were declared of age. Nice, isn't it? But it has to kept secret. I promised. Any other ones?" He looked sad for a moment and sighed. Enough for a lifetime. She felt suddenly sorry for him. She knew how he felt about such things which only seemed to happen to him. "I will not ask further, Harry. You will tell me when you are ready. I know how you feel. I stood in the spotlight myself during school. Never cared one about my true self." Sad memories welled up in her. "Tell me," he asked sincerely, sensing that she was about to relive bad memories. His gift seemed to kick in. "I dated some guys at school. At first all was right, but then they demanded that I change into someone other. Blonde hair, big tits, all such things. I didn't met one who saw me for myself." Tears started to roll down her cheeks again. Harry felt that she was right. She made some of his experiences of her own. Harry embraced her softly and beeped her on her cheek. "Do me a favor please," he pleaded in a serious tone. "What?" she asked sadly, thinking he wanted also someone other. "Show me your true self." Her eyes lit up like a match. Are you sure?" "Yes." She changed back to her form she had this morning. "As I thought," he said gently smiling. "What?" she asked eagerly. "Well, as I putted you under that sleeping spell in the morning, I saw you like this." "And, do you like it?" she asked unsure. "That I do. Believe me, when I say that you are a very nice girl, Tonks. Every guy who demands that you change in another form has to be blind. In addition, he doesn't deserve such a caring, clever and nice girl like you." She hugged him hard. "Thanks. You don't know what that means to me." I think I do. Harry, do you have a girlfriend? She asked, hesitating. No, but you know that. Yeah, I meant, is there someone you like? He looked pensive and shook his head. Who would want to go with me? Except for the fame, I mean. Where I go, is danger lurking. Voldemort is after me and will be after everyone who is dear to me, a girlfriend on top of that list. I don't want to put anyone in that danger. Harry, you have to let people make their own decisions about such things as long as you are sure they see them. Your friends would never abandon you, even if you kick them now in the ass. You can't make decisions for them. That is part of it. What I meant with you have to grow up, she said with ferocity. I know you are right. He sighed sadly. And, she sighed and his empathy gift kicked in again. He felt what she wanted to say. She liked him, more than just as friends. And his heart started to beat faster with that thought. Tonks, how old are you, if I may ask? 22, why? Well, you wanted to say that you like me, didn't you? She looked shocked and flushed. She wanted to stand up and flee, but he caught her arm and pulled her down on the bed. Tell me, am I right? She nodded without looking him in the eye. And the age difference, Harry, that means nothing to me. What I see is a boy who has matured far beyond his age in most things. You stand up for your ideals and for your friends. You fight for what is right even if the burden threatens to crush you. Well, in some other ways I thought you were just a kid, but I begin to believe you that you are past this point. I truly feel something for you. Much more than friendship. I like you. Maybe I am in love with you. I am sorry that I yelled at you, but I think you understand my reasons better now. I care for you and I was afraid to lose you. And, you are nice looking. Till today you were just cute and now you are stunning. Your new look suits you very much, she added smiling. She looked full of hope but in his eyes but was also dreading his answer and Harry could feel it all. Harry looked pensive again. He weighed the pros and cons carefully. He did like her, that he was sure of now. Does anybody know about your feelings? He asked. Well, I did talk with Remus about it. He is like a brother to me since Sirius is gone. The hope left her slowly and she felt sorrow. He didn't seem to like her in this way. You know, I did mean what I said earlier. All of it, and the thought that someone is there who does really love me, the real me, is giving me hope. But it is also new for me. I never experienced love, never did someone care about me, and now I am at a loss. I do like you, Tonks, that I know for sure. You do? She asked carefully, not wanting to ruin that moment. Yes, I do, but I also meant what I said about the danger. I know you are already in danger as Auror and as member of the Order, but that will place you on number 1 of Snakeface's hit list. He will try to get you even before me, if only to cause me pain and to break me. And that it would tear me apart if something would happen to you. Now what should I do? I can follow my heart and give us a chance. I like you and I know now that you are the first person ever that sees me as that what I really am, just Harry. Not even my friends do that to the last bit. And I know what you feel too, that it is sincere. But that would also mean to put you in danger because someone will find out about us, that's for sure. On the other hand, I could my life as I did before. You wouldn't be in more danger because of me. But I would also live a life without love, without a meaning, without you, he added quietly. Tears were falling freely now from her eyes. That was so sad, and worse, he was absolutely right. Alone that he did take into consideration to sacrifice his chance of love only to keep her safe showed her how deeply he already cared for her. She embraced him and sobbed again in his shirt. And again he soothed her while gently stroking her back. I don't want to be without you anymore, Harry. Please let me in your heart. I know that you're right about the danger. But that alone shows me how you care for me, and that makes me only love you more. Please give us a chance. He sighed. There went his choice away. Now he didn't truly have one anymore. He lifted her chin and looked deeply in her caring and sad eyes. They were blue and gray with a trace of green. They were fascinating and pulled him under their spell. She felt the same about his eyes and he smiled. His lips lowered to hers and he felt how her heartbeat went faster, the same as his. They touched her lips and they shared a tender beat but full of affection and care if not love. As they separated, both were smiling happily and their eyes shined brightly. "Thank you, Harry. I'll promise you here and now, that I will always be careful." He sighed. "You know, I can't promise you the same, Tonks. I will have to face him someday. Not in the near future, but someday I will." "But why you?" "It is Dumbledore he fears the most." "Because it was predicted. That is my fate. That is in the prophecy he went after in the ministry." "Oh Harry," she said and hugged him fiercely. "I'll promise you one thing. I will be ready then and another thing. From now on, I will let you make your own decisions. I will not try to convince you or my friends to leave me. That means a lot to me. I promise you also something. I won't spill any secrets you reveal only to me. And I will help you however I can. I am an Auror, you know," she said determined. "Thanks. That means a lot to me. To have someone who I can really trust. By the way, you spoke about tattoos. Where are the other ones?" she asked now with a seductive voice. "Nothing special." He putted it off. "Show me, please," she begged and beeped him again. "What? First blackmailing and now bribery?" he asked, chuckling after the beep. "Okay." He stood up and pulled his shirt off. Then he showed her his back. The tiger was stretching at the moment and the eagle flying around his shoulders. "They are amazing, Harry. And they must have cost you a fortune." "Well, it isn't as I have to worry about money. You caught yourself a millionaire, you know," he said smiling, knowing it wouldn't change her feelings towards him. "You're kidding me." "Nope. There is a reason that I am of age now and Dumbledore is not the wiser. I hope to keep it that way for some time though." "Wow. By the way, you got also money from Sirius, right?" "Yes. You sound content with the loss." "I have made my peace with him." He sighed. "What you said to me about guilt. I realized that already. I also know that Sirius didn't want us to mope around. What is left is to prepare, and that I will do. I will avenge him and my parents. But I know I do not intend to fall in rage or something. He is avenged when my destiny is fulfilled. I will not go blindly on a snake hunt. I promise." "You amaze me, Harry. You seem exactly to know what I feel and what to say." "Well, I grew up a little. Beside, I do know how you feel, at least at the moment." "You mean, you believe to know how I feel?" "No, I know," he replied with twinkling eyes. "How?" "Well, that is another secret. I am also partially empathic. That gift kicked in, as you were trying to say me what you feel for me." "Wow, yeah, wow." He sighed. "You know, I don't like it to call you by your last name. I do understand why you don't want to be called by your first name. What do we do about it? I would like to call you honey or love. But if it becomes a habit, I will slip someday and spill our relationship, and I do want to keep it secret as long as possible. You can tell it Remus though. I only don't want Snakeface to find out, neither Dumbledore, because if he does he will not let you come here again." She nodded sadly. "Keep calling me Tonks. I am happy to know that you would like it otherwise. And I have to go now. My replacement will be here in 10 minutes. "Who? Dung. When will you be here again?" "In 3 days, I think. I will come to you then and not keep standing out there." "I would like it. I will send a letter to Moony and ask him to meet me. Maybe I can help him a little." "I think you could. I take back what I said about your maturity. You are grown up." She leaned down to his ear and whispered, "And I would like to test another field of maturity someday in the near future." He blushed fiercely and she laughed. But then she looked sadly. "I have to go now, Harry. I don't want to, but I have to. I know, you know, I have something for you," he said, hugged her and beeped her passionately. "What is it?" she asked. He grabbed in his backpack and took out a small beautiful case. He opened it and presented it to her. Inside was the silver necklace. "I didn't know that we would become a couple, or I had bought something more nice. I bought it to make up a little for your suffering through my sleeping spell. But the first reason is more appealing to me," he said, smiling, and putted the necklace around her neck. She stared at him with wide eyes. Then she smiled and hugged him fiercely and beeped him again. "You are so sweet, Harry. The perfect gentleman. I I love you. I love you too, Tonks. I will think about you every minute. Now go. She disapparated with a crack but not before stumbling over her own feet and throwing over the chair before his desk. Luckily the privacy charm was still in place. I didn't know apparition was possible here. Well, that is certainly helping. He muttered to himself, laughing about the incident. He had a week to learn it and sneaking out would be unnecessary. He went to work. He reorganized his room and expanded it to a volume 4 times of the original. Then he transfigured the wall and enlarged his new equipment in the new space. Then he sat on his bed and began to read about the theory of apparition. He got it down the same evening. It was amazing how fast he could learn if he putted his mind into it. Maybe the removement of his block added to that. He decided to give it a go in the morning. Now he cleared his mind. That meant he tried to. But the nice image of Tonk's face came floating in his thoughts over and over again, and with this image he fell in another peaceful and undisturbed sleep. He awoke at 5:30 and started with a light workout. He began with 20 minutes on the cycle to warm his muscles. After that he did some weight lifting where he started with a set of 50 pounds. He wondered if that dark block had affected his body as well. He made 4 sets and raised the weights to 80 pounds where he achieved only 4 repeats. Well, it was a beginning. He worked other muscles too. He went to the shower at 7:15 and as he left it he heard his aunt screaming, "Get down here, boy." He muttered, "I am no longer a boy." But he putted on some of his old clothing and went down. "Yes, aunt. Prepare the breakfast." "Yes." After the breakfast his uncle spoke to him. "Boy, you are now here for weeks and got nothing done. You will clean the kitchen and the living room today. Is that clear?" His eyes lit up in a mischievous fire. "Yes." "Good." Then Harry left for his room. As Vernon and the rest was out of the house, he went down and performed a cleaning spell in both rooms. Then he went back to his studies smiling. That wasn't so hard, was it? And it took 5 minutes. I think that is bearable. He spoke to himself, grinning. The next step for today was apparition. He closed his eyes and concentrated hard of an image of the other side of his room. As he had it right, he wished himself over there. He wanted to mutter the spell, as he felt a pulling sensation, and as he opened his eyes, he stood over there, perfectly healthy. "I did it," he called. Then he muttered, "Do I wonder about the spell? No, I think not. As long as I can do it." He tried it 10 more times and he got it with every time faster. He didn't need the spell or his wand once. It was nice to be a mage, as long as he was the only one who knew it, that is. He remembered his thoughts of Tonks before sleeping. Now that is something I don't want to share with Snape, Dumbledore or Riddle. Let's work on occlumency. He pulled out the books he got from the Unspeakables and started to work again. The basic idea of it wasn't alone clearing his mind. Before that, it was organizing it, so that you could tell where in his mind an intruder was and control what to show him or lead him to false directions before throwing him out. Clearing his mind was another part, and the most interesting part was building a mental wall to block intruders. How should he had blocked Snape without this little fact? He asked himself, angered. His right arm lit up in a blue flame. He let the book fall down and stared fascinated on the flame. It wasn't hurting him, but he could tell it was hot though, more than a normal flame too. He calmed his mind and it disappeared. "Nice one," he said and picked up the book again. For the next 4 hours he tried to organize his memories and thoughts in a set of layers. Deep down he buried all thoughts of Tonks. Only after that he came to his worst memories. Then came the ones of the Dursleys and so on. The outer layer were his all-day occurrences with no importance. Then he started to build the wall. He imagined a wall built from countless bricks. Before that he thought of an inch-thick wall of steel plates, and on that he put long menacing spikes. And lastly on that he put the mental image of a sign, "Keep out." Satisfied he looked on his watch and got a shock. It was already 8 in the evening. He shrugged about the time. He felt confident now about his mental defenses. He knew somehow that they were adequate. He decided to write to his friends, especially Remus. "Dear Moony, I am sorry that I was so rude to you. I was in a kind of stupor the last days and weeks as I was grieving about Sirius. I am sorry that I did not acknowledge the fact that I am not the only one who is missing him and that you as his best friend have more reason to miss him than me. Maybe you want to come over here and talk to me about it. Maybe we can work through this better together. If you like it, give it a try. It is not as I can go anywhere. How are you feeling about this? Give greetings to Buckbeak from me and Creature a kick in his ass. Your friend, Harry. He then wrote a letter to his friends together. As Tonks said it, they seemed to be together at Grimmauld Place. Hi Hermione, Ron and Ginny. How are you? My dear relatives are treating me better after the threat from Moody and the others. I only have to do simple chores and I don't mind it. I also can eat now as much as I want. So I have no problems here. I did my homework already and are working now through the exercises of occlumency. What happened last year will not happen again. Your friend, Harry. He stroked gently over Hedwig's feathers. Will you take it to Grimmauld Place for me, girl? She hooted in agreement and held her leg out so that he could attach the letters. Then she took off and flew out of the window. He repeated his workout the next morning and achieved some more repeats with the weights. But this time he didn't start with the cycle, but he went running out of the house for half an hour. After the breakfast he started the books about animagi. The theory sounded fairly complex to him and it took all his concentration to follow the text and the various diagrams. While he was okay with transfiguration, it was not his strength. That was Dada. He had to work hard for it. Harry was engrossed in the book as the bell rang. As he knew his relatives were out again, he got down to look who it was. He opened the door with his hand on his wand. As he saw who it was, he smiled and flung his arms around him. Moony, come in. Remus seemed to be too shocked to say anything. He kept staring at the teenager in front of him. Harry, he asked. The one and only. Harry replied, grinning. Why? Do you need glasses? That Remus pulled Remus out of his stupor and he punched Harry on his arm. Your new style suits you, Remus said, smiling. That have I heard before. Now come in and we can talk. Remus followed Harry in his room. How are you? Asked Harry, hesitating. It is hard. Remus sighed, but I was positively surprised to hear from you. I was partially worried about you. To hear from you lifted my spirits somewhat. And you? It was hard for me too. I looked for help in drinking, you know. Harry told quietly. Remus looked aghast. What? How and where? Harry grinned. Well, magic is a fine thing. Back in Hogwarts I transfigured a sheet of parchment into an ID card which stated I was 18. And in the nights I sneaked past the guards and went into some pubs. I got never really drunk though. I only wanted to drink enough to ease the pain, not to get pissed. He showed him the card and Remus was looking stunned at it. What did make you stop that habit? Remus asked after a while. Well, I met a stranger who lost his wife and his daughter and was after the same solution as I. We began to talk and I realized that drinking was not helping me. Then I thought about what Sirius would want me to do. I think he would want us both to be happy and not wasting away. So I made my peace with him and decided to prepare for the fight. That I got my head washed shortly after that by a certain girl with a hot temper did only help too. Harry added, grinning. Yes, I have heard about your encounter with Tonks. Congratulations, by the way, Remus said sincerely. Well, to say I was surprised would be an understatement, mused Harry. I think I still haven't realized it fully that I have now a girlfriend. Have you doubts? Remus asked, concerned. No, Harry said with ferocity. I know, Tonks is a really beautiful girl, and it is not only that. We share the same wavelength and some experiences, too. I am also sure of my feelings of her now. No, I have no doubts. Good to hear, Harry. I wouldn't like it to see her hurt or you. She talked about you and her growing feelings for you since last summer. Really? Yes, really, said Remus, grinning. She went on about what a nice, cute, strong and noble guy you were and so on. I never guessed, said Harry, blushing. Yeah, Tonks is a little bit difficult. Outwardly she is a strange, extroverted and open girl. Just a lot of fun. But we both know now there is more. She is uncertain and shy about her true feelings often, and with you it was extreme. I mean, you are the boy who lived and you are younger than her. She never believed that she had a chance for your heart. Remus said seriously. I told her, that you are older in mind than in body and she should give it a try. But she was a little afraid of rejection. However, I am more surprised that you got so fast hooked with her. As I said, I am kind of surprised too. But I thought of Tonks as a nice girl before. I just never thought about a relationship with her. Then she suddenly told me that she couldn't stand it to lose me and... Well, my feelings went haywire. I also saw her this day in her true form for the first time and I was already feeling something, I guess. But my biggest problem with girls was that I didn't know how they felt about me, my fame, the danger and all that comes with me. I knew Tonks understood all of it. I also knew how she felt and that gave me the confirmation I needed to open my heart to her. The rest is history, so to say. How did you know how she felt? I could sense it, Mooney, he said seriously. If you say so, it doesn't really matter. All that matters is that I have now two really happy friends that are in love with each other, said Remus happily. Harry nodded beaming, but then his face fell and he became more serious. It will be hard to keep it a secret, and if it is found out, and I am sure that it will come to this, it will be harder to keep her safe. Harry sighed. But then he smiled again. I think Sirius would have a field day with that little piece of information. Yes, he would, teasing you both to no end and try to embarrass you every second, replied Remus, smiling at the thought, and then he grinned deviously. Well, I will have to do that part then. Harry kept unimpressed. Try it and I will hex you to oblivion, he said with a menacing voice, and instantly an aura of power surrounded him and Remus looked taken aback. He scrutinized the son of his friend. You have changed, he stated. Harry shrugged. A little bit. And how would you do that? I mean hexing me. You aren't allowed to perform magic out of school, Remus said, grinning. So Tonks is keeping my secrets. That is nice to know, he said solemnly. What secrets? Well, for instance, that I could hex you without reprimanding, Harry said, grinning. Shall I prove it? He asked and waved his wand, threatening at the werewolf. No, I don't know why, but I believe you. But how? That is for me to know and for you to find out, Harry said, grinning. Just like Dumbledore, Remus sighed. He shuddered as he saw how Harry's look changed from a mischievous smile to a threatening glare full of suppressed cold rage. I am no bit like that piece of, man, Harry growled. What did he do to you? Remus asked, intrigued. Well, aside from sending me here every summer, ignoring me when I needed him the most, keeping my inheritance from me and keeping that prophecy a secret from me. I don't know, but I know it is not all. Remus looked aghast. He did what? He knows the prophecy. Yes, and now so do I. He was so kind to tell it to me, just after I lost Sirius, as if that wasn't enough that day. I paid it back to him and trashed his office though. Remus' eyes lit up in rage and a deep animal growl escaped his mouth. Harry locked his eyes with him and said in a cold, steely voice, Leave him to me, Mooney. That is between him and me. I will deal with him. Remus was amazed at this teen. He had an aura of confidence around him, what was new, and it was laced with the power to fulfill that threat. Harry, what happened to you? You are glowing with power. You know, you can trust me. Well, you are the best friend of my dad and my godfather and the last marauder. You may be right, but promise me that you tell no one about it. Not even Tonks. I don't want to make her afraid of me or something. Your secret is safe with me. I swear it by the honor of the marauders. Thanks. Well, I was in the ministry the day as I had my encounter with Tonks. They made a test with me and found out that my magic was kept under a block of dark magic. How it was placed there, that I don't know. I believe it is a consequence of the link with Voldemort. They removed it and now I have full access to my power. Why were you in the ministry, Harry? Well, that is a secret I am not allowed to share. Sorry, but as I said to Tonks, it is nothing bad. I trust you, Harry. Well, the day did you good, I would say. The haircut, the earring and the tattoo are looking cool. Sirius would be proud. I know I am. That tattoo? Harry asked with a devious smile. What do you mean? It is not the only one, neither the most impressive. Show me, Remus demanded eagerly. Harry showed him his back. Wow, you are right. The tiger is the most impressive. I believe Tonks will be very happy to see them one day. Yes, she was. Remus groaned. That leads to mental images I don't need, Harry. Hey, you asked for it. Besides, we didn't do anything. I only showed her my back, just as I did now. Harry said, grinning. Tell me, is my relocation to Sirius House planned this summer? Yes, for a fact it is. Dumbledore intends to get you over there at August 1st. Is that all right with you? Yes it is, Moony. I meant it as I said, that I made my peace with him. It is still hurting, but I am getting better. How about you? Well, to talk with you is helping me a great deal, just as your little girlfriend promised. I didn't believe her, but I think I was wrong. To know that you are okay is good. What you said about that what Padfoot would want us to do is nothing but right. I will keep that in mind. I think I will become better soon. Thanks for that. I am glad that I could help. I was asked to greet you from your friends and Tonks, of course. Thanks. Greet them back for me and tell them not to worry about me. I am okay. That will please them. However, I have to leave you already. What will you do the rest of the day? Now, I don't want to ruin the surprise, Harry said with twinkling eyes. What do you want to do, you little brat? You will find out, I promise. You and Tonks, I will tell it, when I am ready. Remus nodded. I hope that for you. If you will not, you are going to face our wrath. That is something to be scared about. I think I would prefer a cup of tea with Snakeface before that, Harry said, grinning. Well, it was nice to talk with you, Harry. Thanks. No problem. You know, I would ask you to be my guardian. What is keeping you? Remus asked, touched. It is not longer necessary. Harry shrugged. How is that? That falls under the part of underage magic. You have to find out for yourself. Arg, truly James' son. Well, goodbye then. Bye and thanks for the visit. And tell nobody about my changed look. I want to see their faces, Harry demanded with a devious smile. I would never want to miss that you can be sure of. Remus replied, grinning. Remus disapparated with a crack. He was pleased about this visit and it helped both of them. He got, however, on a sadder note, a short letter from Tonks. She told him that she was going on an assignment for the next 3 weeks and would therefore not be able to visit him. She told him how sorry she was about that and how much she missed him already. But it enlightened his mood that she was so happy that they were a couple now and that she still couldn't really believe it. She said her dreams became true. That warmed Harry's heart a great deal. He wrote her back that he was going to miss her too, but that she should not worry about it too much. They would meet again and he was looking forward to it. He told her that he was happy too about the relationship and that he also had problems to believe his luck. He also wrote to her that she should be careful and look after herself and that he loved her. The rest of the week flew by and he learned about Animagi all he could, and then he studied his inner animals. The royal eagle was an impressive creature. With a span width of over 3 meters he would be a big bird. As Clara said, it was a magical creature. He was faster than normal eagles and could lift more than he should be able to. It was, however, not as much as a phoenix could. But he decided to try the tiger first. He wanted to be able to accompany Remus during the full moon and help him so a little bit more to get over serious death. It was also the more impressive creature. He looked like a normal Siberian tiger, the biggest of all kinds. The difference was the color of his fur. It was dark gray, nearly black, with the common black stripes. From that came the name Shadow Tiger, because it vanished in the shadows easily. It was also a highly magical creature. It was related to the Mysticate, and just like it could completely disappear and reappear at another location or stay disappeared. It wasn't invisible though, it was simply no longer there and nobody was able to explain it. Well, he would find out if he mastered this form. As he had read all about it he started to try the transformation. At the end of the week he was able to transform his hands into paws. But then it was the day he had waited for. He would meet Rick again. He decided to wear a similar outfit as the last time they met. This morning he didn't need to sneak past the guards. He putted a silencing spell on his room and disapparated after he donned his cloak. He appeared next to the swing Rick was waiting the last time with a loud crack. Rick sat on this swing again and he winced heavily from the sudden crack and fell from the swing shocked. Harry removed his invisibility cloak and laughed, but he helped him up. You now, it is not nice to laugh about his master. It is also illegal for you to apparate. Well, I read the laws as you told me, and since I am of age, I only need the license for it. How convenient then, that I do have it already with me. Rick said, grinning. I wouldn't have guessed that you get it so fast though. I wanted to help you with it today. Here, take it. Thanks. And now we go house hunting. How do we start? Harry grabbed Rick's arm with his right hand and pressed the tiger on his ring with his left hand and muttered, "Take me home to where I belong." He felt the known feeling of pulling behind his navel and they were swirled away. They landed in front of a big house which seemed to be more a manor. They both stared in awe at the majestic house. Well, let's get in, said Harry with a shaking voice. Rick could only nod. Harry went to the huge double door and it opened for him magically. They entered and stood now in a great entrance hall with a floor made of marble. Wow, someone here, he yelled. 3 pops announced the arrival of his servants. Master Potter, you are back, the elves stammered. Yes, I am. That is a friend of mine and my mentor Rick Weller. Nice to meet you, Master Weller. So, how are you lot called and who is responsible for Phoenix Home? That would be me, Minx. The other 2 are Jared and Mela. Hi then. So, I have no much time today and I don't know when I will be back. How about you show us the most important places of this well-kept house? Harry asked nicely. The elves beamed proudly and showed them the living room, the master suite, the study and the library. Alone for that they needed an hour. Thank you for the tour and that you kept that house in such a nice state. I try to be back soon, but I have to go to school yet. I intend to live in the next months, maybe years at Phoenix Home though, and would like to have you all 3 staying with me there then. But you should keep this house clean too. That would be a pleasure, Master Potter. Well, Minx, would you show us that house then? Master Potter, I wanted to ask you something. Mela squirmed. Yes, how can I help you? Well, me and Jared, You are a couple? Harry asked surprised. Both house elves nodded. That is nice. What's the problem with it? We wanted to ask you for permission to marry, sir. And we wanted to ask you if we can have a baby. Harry looked stunned at this. Of course, we will not do it, if you don't want it. Mela said dejected. No, sorry, I was a little bit shocked. Hey, you both are free elves, aren't you? Why do you need my permission? We work for you and if we marry and have a baby, Mela will be putted out of work for at least a half year. Jared explained. You know what, I like the idea and of course you have my permission. And don't hold back, make as many babies as you want. We have enough room here and I am sure we will manage. Tell me, if it is too much work though. I think I could convince another 1 or 2 free elves to work for me. I forbid you both to work too hard. Understood. Both nodded. Then I wish you a happy marriage and holiday of course. I will tell Minx, when we will meet again. So long, have fun. Thanks, Master. Well, Minx, could you take us to the house please? They disappeared with a crack. They arrived in front of a nice 2-story house surrounded with a nice lawn, trees and bushes. They could see Hogsmeade a mile away. The cottage was on a hill of some kind. It is nice here. Will the people of the village see us? Harry asked. Of course not. The whole property is heavily guarded by ancient magic. It is unplottable and not visible, except for people keyed to the wards. The same goes for apparition and portkeys. The only official entrance would be the flow network, but it is closed for security reasons. Minx explained. That is perfect for our needs. Rick said excited. How do I key someone to the wards? Well, I will show you. Will you key Master Weller? That was my intention. Then follow me. Minx showed him the procedure for keying people to the wards and Harry applied it to Rick. Now would you show us the house? Harry asked. Follow me, please. Minx led them into the house. The moment they entered they heard a familiar song which busted their happiness. It was the Phoenix song but slightly different than that from Fox. A cobalt blue phoenix flew to Harry and landed on his shoulder. Then he rubbed his silvery Head at Harry's cheek, and instantly Harry felt connected to the magnificent bird. "Nice to meet you," Harry said, smiling. "Now I know why this house is called Phoenix Home." Rick grinned and looked in awe at the bird. He was cobalt blue and had silvery feather tips, silver tail feathers, and a silver blue head. "How is he called, and to whom he belongs to?" Harry asked his elf. "He is called Darien, and he has just bonded to you." "Darien. It is a nice name for a nice bird," Harry said, impressed. The bird chirped, agreeing. "And you live here, my friend?" Again he chirped. "Well, that is nice. You will stay here then, till I arrive from Hogwarts. It would be nice if you could carry messages from Rick here to me if needed." The bird trilled, excited. "You were lonely, weren't you?" Now it trilled more sadly, but sang his powerful song again to make them happy. "So Minx, lead the way. I think Rick will stay here from now on." Rick nodded. "Fine, show us the house." The Phoenix didn't leave Harry's shoulder once that day as Minx showed them the nice cottage. "Harry, I have some things for you. Here is the Codex of the Warlock. Read it and live after it. And here, that is a special book, which I made partly myself with the help of some unspeakables." Harry took it and read the title, The Way of the Warlocks. He opened it and scrolled through. They are empty. It is specially charmed. It will only show you what it deems you are ready and responsible enough for. Every section that is accessible is listed in the contents list. They will appear and glow if they are new. Tap the section you want to read with your wand and the sites will fill. They will clear if you are through. Tap another one or close the book. Now take a look at the contents. He scrolled to the front of the book. There were listed battle magic, background, the difference between dark and evil, dueling, tactics, dueling, movements, dueling, spells, how to increase your fitness, advanced apparition, animagus. Rick took a look too and whistled. Advanced apparition. It senses that you completed the normal apparition already, an animagus. You started on that too. Well, kind of. I am impressed. Keep it up and you will be a warlock in no time. Thanks. I am trying. So, tell me, how did it go with that girl? Harry blushed. Well, we are a couple now. Rick laughed loud. I don't get it. You putted her sleeping on her guard, and after what you told me she had to be pissed off. That she was, I can assure you. He groaned. And now you are a couple. Well, she washed my head about some things, and she was right about it. I apologized and then she told me that she don't want to lose me, that she liked me. In addition to that, the empathy kicked in and I felt what she felt. I considered my options and my feelings, and now I have a girlfriend, one that is on an assignment for the next 2 weeks though, and further my guard, member of the order and an Auror as well. He added a little bit sadly. Nice choice. At least you know that she can look after herself. Rick reassured him. That you got right. His eyes lit up again. Well then, keep your studies up to par, that you have free time to visit her or let her visit you. How much can I tell her? Well, give it some time. Get to know her, I mean really know her. If you trust her, you may tell her all you want. As Auror, she knows not to tell anyone about your status as unspeakable and warlock. I am an unspeakable. I thought I was independent. As I said, kind of. You are now an unspeakable in training. You will belong to them forever, at least until you retire, like me. But you are not under the order of the ministry, and that is the difference. They may ask you what you are working on and may ask for your help in an emergency. But I don't believe anyone will bother you, because all know what you have to do anyway. But you can ask them for help also. It's all in the codex. Okay, with that I can live. So, what are your plans? What are you working on? Rick asked. I tried to get my occlumency running, mastered apparition and work on the tiger, that I can help my friend Remus Lupin. That is noble. If you trust him, you may show him this form then. Thanks. I am reading the 6th year and 7th year books also. What do you reckon should I take for the newts? Well, Dada, charms, transfiguration and potions. I would recommend basic healing as subject, but it is not for the newts. Well, that I will take then. I will drop all other classes to get my newts as soon as possible. For our deal, acceptable is enough. But I know you will do better. Rick said reassuringly. I will try. I have yet to get my owls. They will come in the first days of August. Quote. It's nice to know someone who knows what is going on. Harry said. Yeah, I re-established some connections. Could you test my mind shields? Harry asked. Well, Legilimens. Harry could feel the probing but he felt nothing got through. Your shields are strong. Clara was right, you have a knack for that. Let me a bit in your mind and try to mislead me. It is better, your opposite don't know that you can block him. Let him believe, he has seen your thoughts, then he will leave you alone. Okay, give it a go. Again he felt the probing, he let him in and lured him to his outer layers of memories and thoughts. He felt that he was looking for Tonks, but he planted false memories in his way and lured him from the lower layers away. He managed to keep him in his outer layer. Now throw me out, Rick demanded. Harry gave him a mental push, or so he thought. Rick was blown away and landed on the floor physically as well as was flung out of his mind. Well, that was amazing. You got it. You book should now be updated upon this. Now, I believe, you have to leave. You're right. The master is always right. Rick said chuckling. In your dreams, Harry responded. Well, if you arise no suspicion, you may visit all the time. I think, I will keep it at once a week until I go to Sirius House. Then I don't know. All right, bye then and be careful. I will, bye. He disapparated with a crack. He trained hard, theoretically and physically. His book had now twice the entries as before. He mastered now silent apparition and got it down so fast, that it would be useful in a duel. He also trained his mind further in occlumency and basic legilimency. The first helped him a great deal in his studies as well as his animagus transformation. The organization of his mind helped him to memorize facts and understand them, and it helped him with his visualization of his animal. It also helped him to control his temper. He learned a series of new powerful spells from his book, which would surely help him in his next meeting with Death Eaters. He had yet to start with his fire element, but that he wanted to do with Rick. On his weekly visits he began to train martial arts and weaponry with Rick. As far he was passable with his sword. It seemed to support him in mastering that technique. Tonks didn't had another watch over him and it was already the 30th of July. That was sad, but she had written him at least. In the letters they exchanged, they learned more about each other, and for Harry was it, as he fell more in love with her with each letter he got. He got a letter from Dumbledore too, where he was informed that he would leave for Grimmauld Place at August 1st in the morning. He dreaded the visit to Sirius House, but on the other hand he wanted to see Moony and his friends again. As he awoke on his birthday, he went at first to his workout, which showed already, and after that he opened his presents. He did study afterwards though, for him it was a day like all others except for the presents. As a crack sounded through his room in the evening, he spun around, his wand pointing at the intruder. Tonks jumped back in shock. Well, that is a nice reflex. Could save your cut one day, she said, grinning after she had gathered her wits. He didn't say anything but pulled her into a hug and beeped her. That is a better welcome than a curse, I would say. She said, grinning. Happy birthday, Harry. Now it is. Are you on guard this night? Yes, and I am to take you to Grimmauld Place in the morning. Well, how do we travel and when are we expected? We are to travel by Muggle ways and are expected at noon. That is nice. That means you can guard me as closely as you can get and we can sleep in tomorrow. Then we can get in a blink over there. Well, the part about close guarding sounds very appealing to me, she said with a seductive voice. I hope so, he replied, grinning. But we have to get up early, I fear. We will need hours to get there. Tonks said, disappointed. No, we don't. We will need a second. Could you explain that to me? No, but I will show you, he said with twinkling eyes and tossed his apparition license over. Well, that explains why we can sleep in. Now, what do we do until then? She asked innocently. You said something about testing a field of maturity, I believe. He said seductively and beeped her passionately. Then he let wander his hands down her back and groped her gently. Who are you and what have you done to my shy boyfriend? She asked, grinning. And, wow, did you work out? A little bit, yes, he said, now blushing. Tonks laughed. Ah, There he is, my cute shy boyfriend. And where is my cute sweet and nice girlfriend? He asked. She beamed lovingly at him and changed back into her true form. There, that is a nice girl, my girl, he said lovingly. Harry, I love you, alone for that. That you want me, how I really am. And I love you with all my heart. They beeped again longer this time and then she began to undress him gently. As he was naked she gasped at his look. He had now an athletic figure with defined muscles. You look absolutely amazing, Harry. You will need a stick to beat all the girls away. They will hunting you this year, she said with a slight undertone of uncertainty. Have no fear, love. For me, there is only one girl and that is you, the real you. Thanks, that means everything for me. I know, it is the same for me. Now, I think, it is my turn. He said grinning and undressed her after he put a series of locking charms and privacy charms on his room, even to Tonk's astonishment and anti-apparition ward. He looked at her naked body as stunned as she had looked at his. Wow, you look incredible. Thanks, Harry. Now, let me teach you some things about boys and girls. They didn't get much sleep that night but it was the best birthday. No, the best day ever for Harry as they made love for the first time together. Well, for Harry was it the first time anyway. Tonks was clearly surprised as she awoke the next morning alone in the bed. She took a look around and her eyes fell on the watch. 8:30 much too early after such a night, she sighed. Then she called after her love, Harry. She was shocked as he came out of his closet sweating in a body-fitting tank top and loose trousers. Oh, you are awake. I would have liked to see you waking up. He sighed a little dejected but smiled nonetheless at the still naked beauty in his bed. Did you sleep well? He asked gently. Yes, I did. Harry, why do you come sweating out of that closet of yours? And at this early time? Early. I was up at 6. He said grinning. As for the rest, well, what should I say? Another secret. Come, I will show you. She got up fast, slipped in her panties and a sweater from Harry and followed him. That is a small closet, she said disappointed. That is what you think. He answered grinning and stepped through the left wall. She gaped at this and followed after some second only to gape again at the room. On the one side there stood the various training machines and on the other was a shelf full of books and a desk full of parchment. Now I know where you got that muscles. That is amazing. Who did charm the room for you? Well, that was me. You, will you ever cease to amaze me? She asked stunned. I hope not, but I hope one day, there are no more secrets between us. She embraced him and beeped him passionately. After that she hold her nose. Go take a shower. You stink. Well, if you insist. Care to join me? What about your relatives? Oh well, you're right. We will save that for a later day then. I will be back in 10. But do me a favor, please. Do not take any look at my notes. Please. She nodded sincerely. Then he went to the shower and she got back with him in his room. She was dying to know what he was working on but she would never break a promise to him. He was back shortly after clean and fresh. Are you in Grimald Place too? He asked. Yes. Why? Because, you wanted to help me with my gift. That I will, Harry. Thanks. Now, packing. He opened his trunk and 5 minutes later, all the things from his room and his study were neatly shrunken and in his trunk except one set of clothes which he was donning just now. Tonks couldn't help but stare at his toned body. So, I think you should change too. It would be suspicious if you arrive only in your panties and a sweater, one of mine too. She blushed and got dressed. As they were ready Harry let Hedwig out and grabbed his trunk. See you at Grimald Place, love. With that he disappeared without a sound and left a stunned Tonks behind. She followed seconds later. As she appeared next to him with a loud crack, she punched him on his arm. Any other things you hide? Silent apparition. That is advanced aura training. I know, and as I said all in good time. I do it for your own good, you know, you could get a heart attack. She punched him again, but then said seriously, somehow I do believe that. Trust me, I did nearly. Now let's enjoy the faces of the others at my new look. It seems to make a little impression. He grinned. That you could say. She grinned with him and they went to the door of the house. He opened it and held the door for her. "After you, milady." "Thanks." She was in her disguise now and went in smiling. They went through the entrance hall and then to the kitchen, where they thought the others would be and they were. Again Harry opened the door for Tonks and let her in. "After you if you would," he said with a light bow. "Why thanks, my honorable knight." She stepped in the filled kitchen followed by Harry. He looked grinning in the astounded faces of the Weasleys, Moody, Hermione and Shacklebolt. Nobody made a sound. He turned to Tonks. "Is it only me or are we not welcome here?" "I have that impression too, Harry. Maybe we should leave," Tonks replied smiling. A second later he was hugged by a brown-haired witch, Hermione, shortly followed by Ginny and after that Molly. They still stared at him. "What, have I something on my nose?" he asked. "No, only nice styled hair, a cool earring, a tattoo and new nice glasses. And I forgot, you have grown and filled out nicely as well," said Hermione blushing. "Yeah, you're looking cool," Ron said grinning. Ginny could only stare at Harry. He winked with his hands in front of her eyes and she blushed deeply. "Do you like what you see?" Harry asked coolly. She nodded and blushed even more. After that she fled positively the room. "I thought she was over that." Harry grinned. "You are mean." Tonks scolded him but smiled. "Well, for once you are looking not starved," Molly said but frowned. "But a tattoo and a earring. You haven't even seen his real tattoos." Remus laughed and greeted him with a manly hug. "Hi Moony, how are you?" "Better, thanks. The full moon is in 2 days though." "Yes, I know, we have to talk about that too. Now, what's for lunch?" he asked. "Wait, what did Moony mean with real tattoos?" Molly asked. "Well, they are not to be seen by anyone but a possible girlfriend," he replied grinning. "Certainly not my nearly foster mother," he added sweetly. At first, Molly looked aghast but then she pulled him in a hug with tears in her eyes. "That was a clever move," Remus whispered to him proudly. "Why thanks. Where do you have them?" Hermione asked hesitantly. "Are you a possible girlfriend?" he asked with a devious smile and she blushed and shook her head. "So I am not good enough for you?" he teased. "No, I didn't mean it that way. But, I have already," she stammered and looked shyly to Ron. "Well, has Ron used his balls then and finally asked you out?" Both blushed deeply red and Remus laughed. "About time. Anything else I should know?" "No," Remus was still laughing. "Then, I am starving and I am sure Tonks as well. As she told me, she was on guard during the night. She would have had no sleep and no breakfast, so let's eat that she can rest," Harry said. Remus whispered. "No much sleep, Harry blushed slightly and stepped Remus purely coincidental on his foot and Remus yelped. "Sorry, I didn't look where I stepped," Harry apologized grinning. As they were seated and were eating, Ron frowned. "Now, where do you have that tattoos?" "On my back. What did you think? Then you can show them to us," Hermione scolded. "Are they magical? I have read about those." "What else?" Harry grinned. "But yes, they are. Will you show them to us?" she pleaded. "Sure, if you are nice. I think Ginny would like to see them too." "Hey, let your hands of my baby sister," Ron said threatening. "She is surely no baby anymore, Ron. On the contrary, she is a nice-looking young woman." Ron frowned and glared at him. "But be assured, I don't like her in that way. She is like my little sister." "Oh, that's okay then. That was nice of you," said Ginny suddenly from behind him. "Yes, that it was," agreed Hermione. "And what am I to you?" "The ever-irritating bookworm," Harry joked. "No, you are of course my big sister." Ginny sat down next to him. He had suddenly a confusing sensation. He felt his love and the love from Tonks from his right side, but now from his left side. "Ginny." He sighed quietly. That was not good. She wasn't nearly over his crush, in the contrary. "What do I want to see?" she asked him. "My tattoos." "You have more than that." "That I have. Wow, surely I want to see that." "And what is with me?" asked Tonks eagerly. He turned to her. "You will be a nice little girl and go in the bed to rest. You were on guard the whole night and need sleep." She pouted and Remus couldn't help but grin. Fine, show it to your friends then. I thought you count me also to them, but no. You excuse me, I will go to bed. She stood up abruptly and left. That one has a hot temper. Harry sighed and his friends looked taken aback. Well, I better go and apologize to her. Seems that she had a hard night. Harry said and followed her, not before he took a look at Moody. His eye was stuck again to the left side. He grinned inwardly. Harry, you should show them to her too. She is a friend to us all. Hermione said seriously. Well, I will consider it, he said and followed Tonks. He followed her to her room and stepped in after her. She spun around as the door closed and beeped him fiercely. You are a sneaky one. Harry laughed. And you are not. She beeped him again. You do remember that Moody has a magical eye, do you? He asked. She blanched and took a step backwards. Oh no. Keep cool. I took a look at it before I followed you. It was stuck again, but we should be careful though. By the way, Hermione insisted that you are our friend and have a definite right to see my tattoos. I will show them to you officially in the evening. I have to talk to you and Remus though. About what? Well, another one. She groaned. What's this time? A nice one, I hope. Hey. Later. Now rest. You need it truly. He beeped her again before he left. And he not. She muttered and was asleep a minute later. As he was back in the kitchen, he saw that Moody's eye still stuck to the side. Now did you tug her in bed? Remus asked mischievous. In fact, I did. Harry replied coolly. Why, are you jealous? Maybe. Oh. Should I put the sweet little baby wolf in bed too? Harry mocked. You little. Remus started. Harry grinned and pulled his wand. Sleep well then. Soporus. Remus was asleep before his head hit the table. His friends stared at him. You will get another trial. Hermione said stunned. Nah. Harry putted it off. They waited for the owls but none came. Are we allowed to use magic now? Ron asked. No. But the wards here are blurring the signatures, at least for spells with such a low power. Harry explained. Not bad, Potter. I would not recommend it though. Moody growled. He asked for it. Harry grinned. Will you wake him up? Molly asked him worried. Why not? Harry asked. Took his glass of water and shoved it over the table to Moody, who sat next to Remus. Would you be so kind? Moody grinned and emptied it over Remus' head. He awoke with a start and all laughed. Harry James Potter. You will pay for that. What? I only did, as you asked. Harry said innocently. The true son of James, no doubt there. Remus groaned. Yes, and son of a marauder and godson of another. So be careful what you wish, it maybe become true. Harry joked. His friend stared at him and Remus looked a moment sadly before he smiled and nodded. We should talk again, Moony, maybe in the evening. I would like to have Tonks with us. She was related to him too. Remus nodded and smiled. That would be nice. But do not believe you can get away with that. I will have my revenge. I thought the water woke you up, but you are still dreaming. Harry countered. The others laughed heartily at the banter of the two. Where will I stay? Harry asked. Suddenly the mood was subdued again. We thought you would like to stay in Sirius' room. Molly said quietly. He would have liked it, added Moony. Now Harry did look sadly but nodded. That would be nice. I will go up then. Should we come with you? Hermione asked concerned. No, but Moony, if you could. He nodded and both got up. Remus led him out the door and asked, Are you all right? No, not really. While I can now talk about him, to stay in his room will make it more real. Would you like another? No, it is okay. I will be okay, but I need some time. They were now in the entrance hall. Suddenly Creature stepped out of the shadows and growled. So there is the monster and the half-blood. Creature. Harry yelled. You filthy piece of shit. The door of the kitchen burst open and his friend stared in fear at this. There was Creature on the one side and above him the painting of Sirius' mother now screaming. On the other side stood a very angry werewolf and a fuming Harry with blazing eyes. An aura of power and rage surrounded him and they could feel the magic crackling around them. Creature is very pleased that the traitor is dead now. His mistress is very satisfied with him. Sirius is dead then. The painting screamed. How nice. The shame of the family. It laughed. Harry jumped on the house elf and throttled it. Harry, Hermione yelled. Be silent, he has gone too far, Harry said in a quiet but icy voice, and she took a step back in awe. Harry closed his fingers further around the neck and his eyes popped out. You want you head beside the other ones, don't you? Yes. The elf groaned but happily. Now, I can't do you this honor because you putted shame on your master. You betrayed him to the enemy. And now you will pay. And you will rot away in the garbage along with all the other heads soon. You can't do anything, you filthy little half-blood. They all could see that something snapped in Harry. He threw the house elf against the painting and had suddenly out of nowhere a sword in his hand and threw it behind the little creature. It tore through the body of the elf and nailed him to the painting. The sword buried itself in it and in the wall till its handle. The painting screamed hell and terror. Now to you, old hag. Harry growled and all shuddered at his tone, not able to do anything against the raging teenager. He pulled the sword out and looked at the blade. It was clean of blood. Nice. And sharp too, he said, smiling deviously. 4 fast strikes later, the painting fell with a thud to the floor, still attached to the piece of wall that now left a hole in the wand. Nice, a new window to the kitchen, Harry commented. Moony, would you be so kind and lit the fireplace? Sure, he replied with a cold voice. The painting screamed now in fear and Remus banned it with a flick of his wand in the burning fire. Harry threw the lifeless body of the house elf after it, without any emotion. Harry, why did you kill him? Hermione sobbed after that. You don't honestly want an answer, do you? He replied with a soft voice and pulled her in a hug. He stroked her gently over her back and soothed her. Are you okay? He asked after some minutes. She nodded. Fine, I will be in my room. Give us an hour, then you can join us, if you like. Harry said and went up with Remus. How are you? Remus asked, concerned as they were in Sirius' old room. Not good. I shouldn't have done that, Harry said, terrified of himself, the sword still in his hands. Harry, he deserved it. Don't dwell over that. What is that? Remus asked, pointing to the sword. Harry handed it over. Gryffindor's sword. My inheritance. Wow, you are full of surprises. That is true, and another one is waiting. What? Later together with Tonks. Okay, and do me a favor. What? Let your jokes about Tonks and me, my friends, are not dumb. If anybody finds out, there will be hell to pay. Remus swallowed under the brutal, honest and serious tone of Harry and nodded. I am sorry. I will not do it again. That is good. I would hate to have to kill you, Harry said in a steely voice, and Remus blanched. You are scaring me, Remus said seriously. I know. But I didn't mean it. Harry grinned. Are you okay now? Remus asked. Yes, for now. Harry looked around the room. You know, I don't like it, that Moody can look in here, whenever he wants. I think I should change that. Remus stared at him as he waved his wand and put a series of complex charms which he recently learned from his special book at the walls, the floor and the ceiling of the room. So, now a silencing spell, done. That should give me a little privacy. Remus shook his head. You are amazing. Thanks. I think we will get visitors soon. What about you? Are you okay? Yes. Better than before now that the painting and creature got what they deserved. Again, thanks to you. I mean it. I know. Let's talk more later, okay? Remus stood up, and as he opened the door, the others came in. Timing, Harry muttered, grinning. They all sat down around him. So what's up? Harry asked. He shot a worried look at Hermione, but she smiled at him. Ron and Ginny grinned. You are up. We want to see these tattoos. It is nothing special, Harry said. Oh no, you are not getting out of this. Now show us, Hermione demanded. Harry pulled his shirt over his head and sat now with a naked upper body in front of them. Both girls stared at him in awe. What are you staring at? The tattoos are on my backside. Harry teased them and enjoyed as they both blushed. Ron laughed and promptly got a punch from Hermione. Turn around, she demanded, and Harry complied. Wow. He heard Ron. They are magnificent, Hermione said. Ginny only sighed. He put his shirt back on and turned back. Satisfied. They all nodded. So Hermione, how did Ronikins ask you out? Sorry, that is between us," Hermione said smiling. "Ah, come on," he pleaded with his best puppy dog eyes, and Ginny laughed. "No," Hermione stayed hard. "All right, I could force you, you know." "Never." "How?" "Well, I could take out a leaf of Snape's book," he answered smiling. "You wouldn't?" Hermione asked, afraid. "No, I wouldn't. I would never do such things to my friends, that I promise. But I can tell now in most cases if someone lies to me or says the truth," he said, and shot Ginny a knowing look, and she looked down embarrassed. They talked till dinner and went down then. There they ate something and drank some butterbeer. After that Harry asked with an apologizing look to his friends, "Care for a talk, Moony?" "Tonks." "Yes. Where?" Harry gave Moony a look. "I think my room is the best for that." Tonks looked suspicious, but Remus kept his cool and nodded. "Then let's head up." They grabbed 3 more butterbeer and went up. As they were in the room, Harry closed the door with a charm and added an imperturbable charm as well. "Harry, why are we in this room of all?" Tonks asked. Harry pulled her in a hug and beeped her. "That's why." "What is with Mad Eye?" she asked uncertainly. "Well, your little boyfriend here added some nice charms to the floor and the walls. Mad Eye cannot anymore look in this room." Remus groaned. "You what?" "I wanted a little privacy," Harry said and shrugged. "Well, that is okay then. Now I can visit you," she said happily. "Stop it, you two," Remus yelled. "You are just jealous," Harry teased. A second later he lay on his bed and was tickled by Remus mercilessly. "I surrender," he yelled, laughing. "So, now what is your next secret?" Tonks asked. "Stand aside, I will show you." They stepped aside as asked, and a second later a huge dark tiger with blazing green eyes stood in front of them growling. He disappeared and reappeared curled on the bed a moment later. Then he changed back and turned to Tonks. "Was that a nice one?" She could only nod. "As I promised. Now Moony, I take it you could use some company during the full moon." Remus hugged him with tears in his eyes, and Tonks' eyes became moist as well. "You did that for me?" Moony asked. "No, but I hurried for you," Harry replied honestly. They sat down on the bed and chairs and took a sip of the beers. "Harry, that is one of your tattoos," said Tonks pensive. "Tell me, do you have a second form?" "Maybe an eagle." "A royal eagle?" "Yes," he smiled. "Why did I ask?" she groaned. She took a look at her beer and shook her head. "Well, just now, I could use something stronger." Harry flicked his wand and 3 glasses with his amber liquid appeared on the small side table. Tonks stared at him, then took a glass and sniffed. "Whoa, what is that?" Remus took also a glass and sniffed also. "Whiskey, I guess. A 12-year-old. Yes, a simple Johnny Walker, but it will do." He took the last one himself and raised it to Padfoot. They all saluted and took a sip. Harry and Remus swallowed it with ease and content. Tonks, however, coughed, and Harry stroked her back. "It is too hard for you?" he asked gently. "Maybe, but why did you not cough?" "Well, I am used to it. Before you came to me that day, I went regularly to a pub to get some drinks. Mostly ale, but on some days where it was harder for me, I got some of that. Only a day before you came, I stopped that habit, as I realized that it doesn't take the pain away. I also had some insights and made my peace with Padfoot." She had tears in her eyes, snuggled against him and beeped him. "And just then, as I held my head up again to face life and my grief became less, you come to me and show me love and made me happy," he added, smiling. She beeped him tenderly. "You know, you need a name now too if you want to wreak havoc at school." Harry looked pensive and sighed. "A name would be fine, Moony. But I will not stay at school for long." "What?" Tonks yelled. "I can't tell you the reasons yet. But I will take my newts this year and leave Hogwarts. To be more exactly, I will do it as soon as possible, as soon as I am ready. But no one is to know about that. Please tell us," Tonks pleaded. He looked Moony in the eyes and then Tonks and sighed. "I entered an apprenticeship. But more I will not reveal." Both looked pensive and Tonks nodded. "That makes sense. That is why you can perform magic and why you were declared of age, but it has to be something special." "You are of age?" Moony asked, taken aback. "Oops," said Tonks and looked sheepishly at Harry. "You know, such slips could cost one day my or your life," he said seriously. She nodded and a glint of determination sneaked in her eyes. I know. You were right. It will not happen again, I promise. Harry smiled, then he said to Remus, and yes I am. But not one word to anyone. It will come out soon enough. Now, what about a name? It should be fitting for both forms. Remus stroked his chin pensively. Then his eyes lit up. I think I have one. Your tiger is black as the night. How about Nightwing? Yeah, that is cool. Tonks agreed. Nightwing it is, said Harry smiling and raised his glass again, to the Marauders. To the Marauders. The others joined him and emptied their glasses. This time Tonks hadn't as much problems. The three talked about Sirius and his life until early in the morning before they went in their beds to get some sleep. They met the others at breakfast and Harry greeted them all more at ease. Remus and Tonks seemed also more content with the loss and the others sent each other happy looks. Your talk seems to have helped, Molly said fondly. Yes, Harry helped us to cope better with it, the same as last time. You would never guess how grown up he really is, Remus said proudly and Harry blushed. Yes, he has changed, Molly agreed smiling. I wonder when the owls will come, Hermione said. Relax, I know for a fact that they should arrive in the first days of August, maybe even today, Harry said. How do you know that? Hermione asked. I have my connections, trust me. She nodded and at the same moment some owls flew into the kitchen and brought some letters for the kids. Hermione took hers. She got to the same with Harry and Ron. One was the school letter, one the owls. Are you a seer now? Ron asked. No. Harry laughed and opened his owls. The others hesitated. Well, let's see. Astronomy A, charms O, transfiguration E, potions, an O, dada O, comco, what else? Herbology A, divination, A as if, history of magic, D. With the O as double owl that are 9. That's okay. Seems I am stuck with Snape for another year. He looked to his friends who had yet to open the letters. Come on my own, you have nothing but O's, best of the year, wanna bet? I, quote, come on, and you too, Ron. Open it, now, he demanded and they did it. Hermione beamed at him. Only O's, she nodded. Well, how many? 14, congratulations. And you, Ron? Well, an E in potions, an A in history and of course no O makes the same as you, 9 inches. See? All fine, Harry said smiling. For him I didn't truly matter anymore, the only one was potions but he would have to study that by himself anyway. So it was not that important. But he was happy to see that his friends did well also. Molly hugged her son and then the others. So what classes do you both take? Hermione asked. Harry had signed his sheet already. Dada, potions, charms, transfiguration and basic healing. What, only 5, Jep, the less the better and that are the important ones, for me anyway. Yes, all war related. Hermione sighed. Well, look at it from the fun side. I have more free time. What's with you? Do you leave any classes out this year? He joked. She glared at him but smiled then. I will take my old ones plus healing too. But I will drop astronomy and try to get into advanced healing for that. And you, Ron? I will stay with my old ones. An easy one in divination and some sleep in history then. Harry joked. Yeah, you say it, Ron said and got a slap over his head from Molly. She scrutinized Harry. Don't you think that they may be too few? You will not find a job with so few newts. Do I need one? He asked. Well, you surely want to do something after the war, don't you? If I survive, you mean? They looked all shocked at him. How can you say such thing? Molly yelled. Well, asked Dumbledore. Now back to the topic. I plan to make holidays after the war is over, find a nice girl and found a family. And I don't need a job if I don't want. My parents left me enough money and some other things too. Well, it is your decision. Molly agreed reluctantly. And a nice future vision too, Tonks said happily. That I would say, Ginny agreed smiling. The next day Dumbledore visited them. Good morning, Professor. They greeted him. I have a question, Professor. Harry asked. How can I be of service? Well, that is new, muttered Harry and the headmaster frowned. May I woo away the services of Dobby and Winky, sir? We are short of house elves here at the moment. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. What happened to Creature? Well, he had an accident with a sharp sword, the same as that cruel painting, I might add. Harry replied without emotion. Dumbledore looked shocked and ran out of the kitchen and looked at the wall. Remus had repaired it with a simple charm. How did you do it? As I said, I cut a piece out of the wall and burned it with the painting and the corpse of Creature. Did you kill him? Yes. Oh Merlin. What? You think it is okay for me to kill Voldemort but scold me when I free that insane elf from his burden? Dumbledore swallowed and looked at the others surrounding them. Well, I will ask Dobby and Winky if they would want to work here. Do you want to hire them? I mean, the Order uses this house mainly, we could pay them. I must insist, Headmaster. The Order will not be here forever, the house will. Dumbledore looked pensive at his words but nodded. The next day's Tonks helped Harry to understand his gift of metamorphagus. He could now change his hair after his will. Now they were working on his facial structures. But they stopped this evening early because of the full moon. Tonks went with Harry up to his room and Ginny glared behind them. Both had seen this look. What is with her? Asked Tonks. She loves me nearly as much as you do, Harry said seriously. She looked surprised for a moment but then worried. Oh. That is sad. Are you sure? Yes. I can feel it whenever I am near her. But never forget, I love only you, he answered sincerely. She smiled, but it is sad for her, especially if it is not just a crush but true love. And I trust your judgment in this. Well, we can't help it. Now it is better if you head back and tell them I went to sleep early. I will apparate down to Moony now. He beeped her goodbye and disapparated. She closed the door of his room with a charm she learned as Auror and went back down. Where is Harry? Ginny asked. He isn't feeling well and went to bed early. Oh, it is time. I will go down now, said Moony and stood up and left. Ginny strolled over to Tonks. Tell me, is there something going on between the two of you? Between me and whom? Tonks asked. Between you and Harry. I am only helping him to prepare for the war. I am an Auror, you know, and I know my stuff, even if I am sometimes clumsy. Sorry, I didn't mean to wrong you. But you two spent much time together in the last days. As I said, training and learning. And you. Between us goes nothing. You heard, he thinks I am his little sister. And you wish you weren't. I like him, more than a sister. Tonks sighed. I wish I could help you, but I can't. Sorry. Would you tell me if there were something between the two of you? Ginny asked. Tonks looked her in her eyes and sighed, not against his wishes. Oh, Harry was waiting for Moony for some minutes as he heard the steps of him coming down to his room. Hi, he said smiling. How did you get down here? I apparated. Well, not very surprising. Besides, I could also have used my special abilities as Shadow Tiger. I forgot about that. It is hard to keep on track with your little secrets. That makes it more interesting, doesn't it? Harry smiled. No, but confusing. You have to change. It is beginning. I know. I can sense it. Lock the door. Remus locked the door and Harry changed. Shortly after that Remus changed too, but his transformation was much more painful than Harry's. The werewolf cowered in front of the large deadly tiger after he growled once. After that both laid down and snuggled together. They were peacefully sleeping 10 minutes later. Harry awoke in the morning as Remus changed back. As he was human again, Harry changed also and hugged him. Thanks, Harry. That means much to me. I know. Sirius would have wanted me to help you and I wanted it too. I know. Let's head up. They opened the door and were the first in the kitchen and were joined shortly afterwards by Molly and Tonks. How was your night, Remus? Molly asked. They are surely harder now that you are alone. I managed, Molly, he said with a grateful glance at Harry. And you, dear? She asked Harry. I am fine. I was only tired and I got a good night's sleep. Thanks. Very well then. How about some pancakes? She asked happily. For the last 3 weeks, Hermione left the house at Grimmauld Place and went with her parents to France for holidays. Ron on the other hand worked now at the joke shop from the twins as his girlfriend was away, and Ginny joined him reluctantly because she had already agreed to her brothers before June. That left Tonks, Harry and Remus alone for most of the day. Molly went back to the burrow as well. Only on some evenings they got company during some meetings. They made good use of the time. Harry could change now his hair in color and length, his face and his eyes. He was also able to hide his scar at will. That had been the hardest part to master. It seemed to have his own resistance against Harry's gift, but he got it though. Harry had learned for himself the theory from his Warlock book while all the others thought he was reading about Quidditch. Harry used the time with Tonks too, at least the time, where only them and Moony were in the house. Now they decided to train this gift further but also train Harry in dueling. They went down in the basement for the dueling. There was a huge empty room which suited them just fine. Remus joined them as well and Harry would train against Tonks and then Remus and then again. After the first 2 duels Harry called it a stop. He could tell that Tonks was holding back. So was he, but that had other reasons. He held back only spells, not his abilities. Tonks, I want that you forget down here, that we are couple, even that we are friends. Treat me like you would treat a recruit. Train me, push me, even hurt me, but I have to learn. He said, determined. She looked uncertain. He is right, you know. Remus supported Harry and she nodded. You will hold nothing against me. Nothing, I promise. Do what you must. It may save my life. As you wish then, but give me a last beat before we start. That he did and Moony averted his eyes. But as they separated both had a glint of steel in their eyes. Now 10 steps back and get ready. Tonks bellowed. Harry obliged fast. He came to hold and the first curse was flying at him. He stepped slightly aside so that the curse missed him by inches. Tonks nodded approving. Good, not too much moving because that may out you in a disadvantage. Now go on. Defend yourself. She hurled a series of curses at him. The slower ones he sidestepped, other ones he countered or deflected them back. Only in the rarest cases he used shields, the Protega mostly. He engaged her with mostly simple charms and hexes he had learned at school. Advanced charms would definitely give him away and show his true education. Improve your aiming, Tonks yelled. While Harry was able to produce perfect spells, his aiming lacked some accuracy, at least against the now not so clumsy moving Tonks. On the contrary, his girlfriend was now in full battle mode and she moved like a dueling champion and avoided his spells with ease. He was hit by a banishing charm and was flung against the wall. Another curse followed suit and he had barely time to avoid it by rolling away. As the next curse hurled in his direction he apparated behind her, but she had anticipated this move and had also apparated some meters behind herself so that she was now in Harry's back and hit him with another banishing curse which let him fall hard to the ground. He never once made a sound of pain or annoyance. He was only determined to prove himself. He was good and fast. But Tonks got the better of him. He made a tactical move, she anticipated it and set up a trap for him and hit him only more. Remus was watching the duel in awe. He knew that Tonks was an Auror, but she was good even for an Auror. And that while she seemed to be clumsy most of her time. And Harry shouldn't be able to last more than a minute against an Auror, but they were now fighting for half an hour. That was truly amazing. Thinking we are playing, Tonks yelled and hurled a reductor at him. He deflected it, but she was already sidestepped and flung another curse at him. Then let the games begin. She yelled and now she sent a multiple reductor at him. That was something only the most advanced duelers managed, multiplying curses and spells. 3 of the curses flew at him in a fast series. He deflected one, protected himself with a Protega afterwards. The second was absorbed by the shield and the third broke it down. His problem was the next series of curses. The first hit home and broke his left arm. The second hit also and broke his leg and he fell down to the floor. The third now headed directly to his head. No, Tonks screamed and Remus jumped up. No one would be fast enough to help him. The curse would shatter his skull if it hits him. He saved himself though. He transfigured a tile of stone in front of him into a wall of stone and it shattered under the spell, but the curse didn't reach his target. Both hurried over to him and they could see the pain in his eyes. Tears started to fall down from Tonks' eyes. Harry didn't pay attention to it. He grabbed his leg and clenched his teeth together. Then he straightened it out with a short yelp and muttered a charm afterwards which mended the bone. He did the same to his arm, then he passed out of pain. Harry. Tonks sobbed and took his head in her lap. How could he stand the pain? How could he straighten his own bones? That must have hurt like hell and then healed them also. Remus muttered, stunned. We have to help him. Tonks yelled. Enervate, called Remus and flicked his wand. Now Harry groaned and he sat up with tears in his eyes. Ouch, that hurts, he said full of sarcasm. Help me up, please. Both helped him to stand up. He swayed slightly. Are you all right? Remus asked, worried. I will live. I will. Go up, he said through clenched teeth and went out of the basement with small careful steps. Tonks was clinging on Remus and sobbed. He will hate me now. No, he won't. He wanted it in this way. But I have hurt him. I nearly killed him. I will never forgive myself for that. He did not even look at me. Tonks. He was in pain. I bet he used every ounce of strength left to get up alone. But, no but, you will now follow him and help him. Tonks fled the basement and dreaded to face him. He sat on the couch, his head in his hands. Harry, she asked tentatively. He looked up with bloodshot eyes and tears running over his cheeks. She couldn't bear it and fled up to her room. Harry groaned. Where is Tonks? Remus asked as he came in 2 minutes later. Ran away. Harry sighed. Shit, you say it. Could you help me up to her room, please? I don't get there alone. Shouldn't I bring her down? She wouldn't come. She is afraid. Without reason. I will help you. Come. Thanks. You were truly amazing down there. Hell, I knew she is an Auror, but she is really good. That are you telling me? Harry groaned. Yeah, but you were fantastic too. I wouldn't have stood against her that long. And after that you straightened your own bones. That must have hurt like hell. You have no idea, but if we had waited for Poppy, Dumbledore would have known what we did, and I want to avoid that. So I had to help myself. We are here. Give me some time with her, but alert us if anyone comes, especially Moody. All right. Harry knocked and entered her room. She was on her bed sobbing. He limped over to her and sat down beside her. He stroked her gently over his back. Hi love, why are you crying? I have hurt you. I nearly killed you, she sobbed. Come, get up please. She sat up and found herself in a hug. It is all right. Nothing happened. Nothing. I broke you 2 bones. She was hysterical. He let her go and straightened himself. Then he looked her hard in her eyes. Now you will hear me out, he said sharply. She twitched under a steely voice. You did nothing wrong. I demanded from you that you don't hold back. If anyone is to blame, then it is me, because I was not good enough. We are at war, and if you want me to survive, then you will help me. But you can only help me if you show me my limits and my weaknesses and help me to improve them. I promised you I would hold nothing against you and that I won't do. I love you with all my heart. Nothing matters what happens down there, is that clear? She nodded. If you have a problem with that kind of arrangement, if you have a problem because I could get hurt, then I will not ask you again for your help. Do you want to help me? She nodded. Then we will repeat this until I get it, he said with an icy voice, again surrounded by an aura of power. She broke down again sobbing but nodded. He pulled her in a hug again and held her until her tears were ceased. I love you, she whispered. I know, but you have to put your feelings aside during the training or you will do me more bad than good. Promise. Promise. Would you spend the night with me? Sure. But in my room and only sleeping. I am kind of sore, he joked. I think a little massage could help, she said smiling. You see, it is all right. You are smiling again. That's my girl. Now let's get down and tell Moony we are both all right. And then you both will tell me what I have to do better. They analyzed the duel and told him that he had to improve his aim on moving targets and that he also had to anticipate the moves of his opponent, that he had to bring him or her to do some things and counter them beforehand, like Tonks had done it with the apparition. The next day he wasn't able to duel but was nearly healed. He looked now in his books after tactics for his next duels. He found some very creative moves in them. It was the last week before school. Harry has been reading and taking notes nearly all the day. He spent more than a half of the time with his studies for the newts. He was clearly surprised as Tonks came in. Hi Harry, what are you doing? I haven't seen you the whole day. The whole day? Oh shit, I am studying. Well, how about a break? I could do with some attention, she said in a sweet voice. How could I decline such a wish? He smiled and beeped her passionately. What they didn't know was that just the moment she went to his room, Moody and Dumbledore entered the house and were greeted by Remus. Remus, where is Nymphadora? Dumbledore asked. Why? I called a meeting. The members should be here every minute. I don't know. Upstairs maybe, Remus answered. Moody's eye looked for her. She is entering Potter's room. Hell, she vanished. I can't see her anymore. Just in this moment came the first members, Molly, Arthur, the twins bringing Ron and Ginny along, and also Hermione, who was back from her holidays, Shacklebolt and Snape. They stood nearly 15 minutes in the hall talking. Say, Alistair, is she still in his room? Dumbledore asked. I can't tell. I can't look in his room. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? Maybe they are making out and they charmed the room. Snape spat. Now, I will go and look for them. Dumbledore chuckled. Remus swore inwardly. Dumbledore would be pissed if he would find them snogging, or even better, making love. They weren't doing such a thing. Tonks was talking with him about the last brutal duel and he was easing her mind. He did have his arm around her shoulder and she snuggled her head against his shoulder as the door opened and Dumbledore entered. His eyes lost his twinkle and he asked coldly, Miss Tonks, would you follow me please? Harry, stay in your room. Harry looked at the old mage in shock. They both were out as he came to his senses, and he raged. He stormed out and downstairs. Tonks, how could you do this? I trusted you. How could you seduce him? Dumbledore berated her in front of the whole crew. She stood in front of him on the verge of tears. Harry stormed down the stairs and stepped between the two of them. Harry, I told you to stay in your room. Dumbledore scolded him with a steely voice. They all could feel the crackling of building magic, but it came not from Dumbledore. It came from Harry. Dumbledore made a step back, surprised. How dare you? Harry asked in a quiet, icy voice that seemed to be able to cut through steel. How dare you to accuse an innocent woman of such things? We did nothing wrong. She had a problem and I supported her. Harry, stay out of this. Dumbledore demanded. Nobody speaks back to their elders, Potter. Snape snarled. Harry turned his head and the potions master was flung to the wall without a spell or wand. You will stay out of this or you will leave this house. Now to you. He turned back to Dumbledore. You will not tell me what I have to do or not in my house. You are my guest as all the others are. From my guests I demand respect to me and my other guests. You disrespected Tonks and you will apologize to her now. I will do no such thing. Dumbledore fumed. You have nothing to say here. Oh yes I have. You have now a choice, Professor. Either you apologize to her or you and Professor Snape will leave that house immediately. And I do have that right because it is my house. Sirius left it to me. Now, Sirius May left you the house. How you do know about that is a riddle to me. But you are not in control here because I have the control over your property. Dumbledore sneered. Harry smiled evilly. And here you are wrong. It is nice to know that you tried to keep my properties from me. Tell me, are you hiding some other things from me? Go back in your room, boy. Dumbledore said now in a dismissing voice. Harry smiled in an eerie way and the most of the bystanders ran a cold shudder over their backs. Tell the others why you sent me back to my relatives every summer. It was for your protection. Oh, my protection. Why is it then that I was attacked by Dementors last summer? Why were I their professor? That isn't the truth. I would have been better protected here or at my home in Godric's Hollow. Now that's not the matter here. Will you apologize to my friend or not? No. Then let me show you something. He raised his right hand. There on his hand were 2 signet rings and the most gasped. That is not possible. Dumbledore stammered. You are not of age. But I am. I was declared of age in June. Harry replied casually, and now. Harry straightened himself and closed his eyes in concentration. Quote, I invoke the magic of the noble house of Black. Obey my command. I am the last heir of Black. Serve me. They felt a wave of ancient and powerful magic sweeping through the old house and the ring of black glowed brightly. I am the heir of Potter. I declare the line of black fused in the line of Potter. Transfer the power. Now the ring of Potter glowed and the glowing of the other ring ceased. I am now the master of this house. A deep vibration ran through the house and all shuddered as he opened his eyes again. In his eyes was nothing but coldness, power and determination. One word from me and you will be kicked out before you can blink. Your last chance, Professor, or you can look for another headquarter, because I will not bear guests who show no respect or who were wrongly accusing people. I can tell you, I would be more than hurt if you would berate me in front of all the other people and wrongly by that too, like you just did it with Tonks. And I tell you something else. Even if we would be dating, even if we had made love as you stumbled in, you are wrong in two ways. Firstly, a simple rule even you have to obey. You are to knock before you enter a room which is not your own, that shows respect and a sense of ethic, and second and more important, you have no saying to both of us whom we are dating or not. So you embarrassed her for no reason. You are not above other people and you are not above human rights, Professor. Either you apologize now or you will leave forever with or without your consent. The others stared at the show of power before them and many members nodded at the words of the teen who wasn't a teen anymore. Dumbledore thought about it for a moment, then he sent Harry a piercing glare, but he went over to Tonks and said in a silky voice, "Miss Tonks, can you forgive me for my rudeness? Harry is right. It is not for me to decide whom do you like or not, as you are both adults before the law. I also want to apologize that I jumped to conclusions and I am sorry for your suffering. You did nothing wrong. I accept," she said and gave Harry a thankful look. "May we use this house as headquarters, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, now friendly. "Surely, Headmaster. As long as you obey the rules of hospitality, it would be a pleasure to me," Harry replied in a silky voice. "Thanks for that. Now may I ask who protected your room against magical sight and why?" "That was me, and I value my privacy, Professor, that's why." "That is very advanced magic." Dumbledore gasped, but his eyes were twinkling again. Harry shrugged. "Now, here is somebody who wanted to meet you, I believe," Dumbledore asked, and Dobby and Winky appeared with 2 pops. "Master Potter," Dobby squealed, "Headmaster Dumbledore told me you would hire us." The tone in Dobby's voice made Harry instantly suspicious. "If I hire you, Dobby, would you serve me or somebody else?" The crowd gasped, but Dobby shrank together and began sobbing. Harry shot a glare to Dumbledore and mouthed, "Backstabber." "Dobby, I gather you are working for Headmaster Dumbledore. Are you hired or bound?" Hired. Well, if you wish, I would bind you and Winky to me, and that would automatically cancel your contract with him. Do you want that, Dobby?" The elf jumped in the air and clapped his hands. "It would be a pleasure to Dobby, sir." "Winky, for you it is the same. You would let Winky serve Master Potter, really serve?" she asked, astounded. "Yes, I would, truly became your master. You both are to wear nice clothes though, but that doesn't mean that you will be set free." "That would be acceptable, Master. Then I bound you both to the family Potter and me as the heir." "So be it," both elves said, and a golden light connected them with Harry. "Thanks for the elves, Headmaster," Harry said, grinning. He however took it with twinkling eyes and nodded, amused. "I admit you have beaten me, Harry. Now, we have a meeting to attend. Harry, I am sorry, but you are not allowed because you are not. No, you are of age, but we have to vote about it." "No, Professor. I have no intention to join the order. I will serve no one, not Riddle and not you. We could be allied if you are interested." "Who do you think you are, Potter?" Snape yelled. "Your host, and you are disrespecting me again. Further, I have a major role in this war, if you are okay with that or not. And you will respect me as I respect you." "Severus," thundered Dumbledore's voice. "But, no but, I have tolerated your childish grudge long enough. Treat Mr. Potter as an adult, as you want to be treated by him, and he will show you the same respect. Apologize now." "I apologize, Mr. Potter." "Apology accepted, Professor. You should know, I do respect you. You are a great potion master and you sacrifice a lot while you work as spy. For that you have my deepest respect. But you should acknowledge that I am not my father and that fame is nothing to me. I hate my scar and I hate my fame. Now, you can use the kitchen or the sitting room for your meeting. Ask the elves to serve you with drinks and snacks. If there is anything else, I will be in my room." All his guests stared at him. The most prominent was Snape. For once he stood there with an open mouth. Harry turned around and asked his friends, "Are you coming?" They hurried to follow him. They gathered in his room. "Harry, you are not to speak in that way to a professor," Hermione scolded him. "But here you are wrong. We are not at school, so he has no power over anyone. I am his host, so he has to show respect to me. If he does that, I will show respect to him too. But he didn't, and he embarrassed a friend of mine in a horrible way, and that is not acceptable. So I had to make it clear to him that he was wrong. Because he was closed to reason, I had to make my opinion clear by more convincing means. Do you want to tell me that I was wrong? No, you were right, but it is hard for me to see a teenager talk back to a professor like that." "Sorry," she admitted. "No problem. And I tell you, that was only the beginning. The fun will continue at school with Snape and Dumbledore. But they will have another thing coming." Ron grinned. "I want to see that. That down there was bloody fantastic, mate." "Harry, was it between you and Tonks?" "What were you doing?" Ginny asked. "Well, we trained until yesterday dueling, but it has to kept secret." They nodded. "She had hurt me some days ago during this." "She what?" Hermione gasped. "Nothing bad. She broke my left arm and my left leg. Well, I healed them afterwards. But she felt guilty. And our duel yesterday was nearly the same, but without the broken bones. And that was right that she felt guilty. Don't jump to conclusions, Hermione. I had enough of that today." Harry bellowed. She twitched at his voice, and Ron laid his arm around her shoulder. He said loud, "Harry, sorry, but I am a little bit pissed off right now. As I was saying, she was not guilty because I demanded from her that she wouldn't hold back. So I tried to convince her that she did nothing wrong, and I had laid my arm around her back to soothe her. Nothing more. And do you think after all that ruckus down there I would admit even if I would be dating her? Then think again. She is a good friend though. I wonder, because I asked her if she would tell me if you were dating. She answered, not against his wishes." Ginny continued, and Hermione and Ron began to look uneasy. "That is because she wouldn't. I shared some secrets with her, and I know for sure that she would never spill them. That is why she said that. She would never betray my trust." They all stared at him. "What secrets?" "Well, for instance, that I am of age, that I am allowed to perform magic, that I do know about all my inheritance, such secrets. She knew that all before today." "Yes, otherwise she wouldn't have trained me, wouldn't she?" Harry said, grinning. "That makes sense," Hermione said, nodding. "But why didn't you tell us?" "I told nobody, unless it was necessary. Not even Remus knew that I was of age. And it has nothing to do with our friendship, I promise. But on some of these secrets may depend my life and that of others. Also, I am not allowed to tell most of them." "But who forbade you to tell them if even Dumbledore didn't know?" Ron asked, aghast. "Well, that is one of these," Harry said, chuckling. "But you said you serve no one," Hermione pointed out. "I do not. I agreed willingly in a contract, but that means no serving. Maybe helping in an emergency, but nothing more, and that is what I already do. I prepare for war, and that is the biggest emergency there is." "Okay, you said we have more of those shocks coming?" Hermione asked tentatively. Harry chuckled. "You bet. Merlin help," she pleaded, and the others laughed. "Harry, why did you bound the elves to you instead of hire them?" Hermione asked him carefully, not wishing to invoke his anger again. "They were working for Dumbledore, most probably spying on me while serving me. As I bound them to me, I cancelled Dumbledore's contract and ensured their loyalty to me. I am sorry, but I had no choice. I needed them because the 2 free elves of Godric's Hollow want to marry and to have a baby. That puts Mela, the female one, out of work, and I fear the male alone would work too hard. So Dobby will be pending between here and there, and Winky will be in charge here. Also, Winky is happier now than his free elf. Even you should have seen that." "I agree." She sighed. "I know now that not all elves want to be free. But you know, I will treat them right." She smiled. "Yes, I know. I have another question." Harry smiled. "Let me guess. You want to know about the magic of the blacks?" She nodded eagerly, and Ron laughed. "Well, As I got the signet ring, I was able to read a special journal in the library. There were the wards of this place described in every detail, which exist by the way in the most homes of the old families. There I found out how I could transfer the power and that there are wards that would allow me to, get rid of unwanted guests, he said sheepishly, and Ron and Ginny laughed while Hermione nodded. So, great owner of this fine place, are we allowed to stay here the last days? Ron asked, grinning. Yes, you are. It would be a pleasure to me. Your rooms should be ready. If not, feel free and ask the elves to help. Harry replied, chuckling. The last week before Hogwarts was a blur. Tonks was away on a new assignment, so there was no chance that their relationship would come out in the open. While it may have been suitable for Dumbledore, Harry knew for a fact that it had been an order from the Ministry. Ginny had yet to ask him out or react to her feelings, and that was okay with Harry. He didn't want to deal with that too at the moment. Ron was appalled at Harry's new study habits. He was studying from the morning till the evening, and only then he would take some time to spend with his friends. In the beginning Hermione was enthusiastic about it, but after 2 days of trying to follow his schedule even she gave up and began to worry, especially as she noticed that he was working on the 7th year text in potions already. Harry had joked about that. You know, we have to prepare for our newts, Hermione. She shook her head at this and smiled proudly at him. Remus and he had overcome their grief now and redecorated the most house. Since he had bent the magic of the house to his will, they even could change some of the cruel snakes and skulls to nicer structures like lions and tigers and eagles. And before they noticed, it was September 1st and they were on their way to King's Cross. Of course Harry was the only one who was ready in time. No wonder, he could use magic for packing and shrinking. But they made it like every year on time to board the Crimson train. As Harry passed the barrier to the hidden platform, he had a hard time to remember the words of Joe, "They will stare at your scar if you hide it or not." And that they did. His new hairstyle showed it perfectly, and now everyone stared at it. Well, maybe the girls after they had examined the rest of his body. Hermione took it smiling. Maybe she was thinking he would now be interested in that kind of affection and now look after a girlfriend. Ron took it partly laughing and partly jealous. Harry had filled out even more because he had continued his workout in Grimmauld Place. His equipment had been placed in a room at the basement during his stay there, and now he had it with him in his trunk, shrunken like all his other things. And lastly Ginny took it scowling and shot all the girls a glare which stated, "Don't touch him. He's mine." Not that they cared. So under the scrutinizing stares of the female population of Hogwarts they made it on the train and found an empty compartment. Hermione and Ron had to go to the front to the prefect meeting, this year joined by no other than Ginny, so Harry was alone. He read more in his Warlock book about duel tactics. In the last duels with Tonks he had come near to beat her even if he took enough hard hits and was bruised every time. He even fought against Tonks and Remus together, because the Death Eaters also didn't care about fairness and could hold a good stand against them. The compartment door opened and Neville and Luna entered. "Hi Harry, may we join you?" "Sure." Luna looked at him with her dreamy expression. "The summer was good for you, Harry. You look good and got a nice motto there," she said, pointing to his arm. "You can read it." "Sure. I am a Ravenclaw." "Yeah, sure." Harry smiled. "Harry, what did they feed you and where can I get it?" Neville asked, joking. "Normal food, but I trained every day in the gym." "Wow, it was hard but it pays off." Harry said, grinning. "How was your summer?" "I got a new wand. Firstly my granny was fuming, but then she was proud that I stood by your side fighting. She said it was just like my father would have done." "That's nice. I'm sure you'll fare much better now that you have a suiting wand, Nev." "I hope so. And you, Luna, did you find the Snurkax?" "No, we didn't. We'll try it another time again. Give not up hope. There is more out there than even the wizards know, I am sure." "Thanks. It is nice that you aren't joking about me." "Why should I? You are a good friend, and as I said, there may be no Snurkax, but surely there are unknown species. So keep up looking." They bought some snacks and were joined by Hermione, Ron and Ginny soon after. The yearly visit of Malfoy was bound to happen, though. But as Malfoy opened the door and began his usual speech, "Ah, the Mudball," He could never finish this sentence because Harry gave the door a hard kick and it slammed shut while hitting Malfoy in his face. He was flung to the floor with a bloody nose and Harry locked the door with a spell without even looking. His friends looked shocked at him. He shrugged. What? I was reading and he disturbed me. Besides, we aren't to use magic and I didn't want a silly argument with the ferret, so I shut the door. His bad luck that he was in the way of the door. They laughed all, even Hermione. So was there anything new at the meeting? Harry asked. Yeah, security measures are increased. We have to patrol the corridors at night and we are not to give any lenience anymore. And Malfoy lost his prefect status because of his siding with Umbridge last year. That was bound to happen. Harry shrugged and continued reading. Harry, stop reading already and get some fun. Ron groaned and Ginny laughed. Give me 5 minutes to finish the chapter, he said without looking up. Ron rolled his eyes and said to Neville, he was like that the whole summer. Never stopped reading and learning. Did you check him on Polyjuice? Neville asked and Hermione and Ginny laughed again. We have been here with him now for over an hour, you know. Luna asked seriously. I know, it was a joke. Neville replied smiling fondly. I knew that, Luna said and took her quibbler out. They laughed even harder. Harry cast absently a silencing bubble around him and the others only gaped at him. Hermione, what did you do to Harry? Is that infectious? Ron asked and moved away from her. She punched him on his arm. Harry needed 10 minutes to finish his reading. He putted his book away and countered his spell. So how about a game of chess? He asked. He beat Ron to the astonishment of the others in 20 minutes. Go back reading. Ron scowled and the others laughed again. Why thanks, Harry said, took his book out and continued reading. They gaped at him but he only laughed and putted the book away again. Very funny, Ron groaned. They arrived shortly after that and were finally back at school. Harry looked fondly at the castle. As they entered the great hall, Harry stood glued to the ground and stared unbelievingly at the high table of the teachers. What? His friends asked. Then they looked at it too and gaped. Harry locked his gaze with one woman at the table. The one and only woman of his heart sat there and looked at him smiling but with a touch of uncertainty. Is that Tonks? Ron asked. Yes, she is, Harry answered and broke his gaze away from her and continued his way to the Gryffindor table. His face betrayed no emotion. There was one seat free. But all teachers were there. Hermione stated a fact. Yeah, that let one wonder, Ron said as they sat down. As the first years entered and the sorting began, Harry couldn't help but look at Tonks again. As he looked her in the eyes this time he could clearly feel her emotions. He felt that she was happy to be here at the same place as him, but more prominent was the fear that she may have hurt him, and that was clearly visible in her eyes. He decided to act maturely and concentrated on her happiness. His eyes lit up slightly and he gave her a small short smile. All he could feel now was happiness and love. He broke his gaze away again to keep their secret. After the sorting they ate the tasty feast, and after that Dumbledore made his yearly announcements. Welcome to another year of Hogwarts. We entered dark times with the resurrection of Voldemort. So we have to put more effort on security this year. I warn all students to obey the rules. The punishments this year will be severe without lenience. To the new students and some of the older ones, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. Please take a look at the list of banned items at the office of Mr. Filch too. I believe there you will find many products of the Weasley twins. Now up to your beds. Mr. Potter, I would like to meet you in my office. Harry groaned, but then his eyes lit up again. I had to discuss my quarters with him anyway. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Normally I would not consist on such things, but I am still pissed off at him and now I will demand my birthright. What is that? Ron asked. Well, as heir of Gryffindor, I have my own quarters here. Dumbledore forgot coincidentally to mention it to me. Ron's eyes showed jealously for a moment, but then he grinned. As long as you invite us sometime. I think he deserves it after what he did to you and Tonks. Harry, is that necessary? Hermione asked. I think it is. It will also give me more peace to study. Well, that was a word I didn't need to hear. Ron groaned. I have to go, Harry said and grinned. Ron, you said I should have some fun. Now I will. Ron grinned and nodded. He was in the office 10 minutes later with McGonagall and the headmaster. "Now, what do you want to talk about?" Harry asked politely. "Lemon drop," the headmaster asked with twinkling eyes. "No, thanks. I have to pay attention to my figure," he replied, smiling even if he was inwardly cool and reserved. "Yes, you caused quite the riot to the female population of our school," the headmaster chuckled. "Now, Mr. Potter, I wanted to inform you that your Quidditch ban has been lifted. Your broom is awaiting you at your dorm." "Well, that are two things I have to talk about with both of you," Harry said seriously. "As I am aware now of my inheritance, I would like to use my family quarters." "What do you mean?" McGonagall asked, shocked. Harry locked his piercing gaze with the headmaster, daring him to make the wrong move. "He is speaking of course of the quarters of Gryffindor, Minerva. As the heir he is entitled to use them whenever he wants. I will show them to you after this chat." "What is the second thing?" "Well, you see, I have to study hard because I have to prepare for the war. I have no time for Quidditch anymore." "I am sorry about that, Professor McGonagall, but I am sure Ginny is a suitable replacement and already proved herself too." But, I wanted to make you captain," McGonagall stammered. "Ron would be the better captain anyway. No one knows more about Quidditch and he is an excellent tactician too." "I will consider it. I must admit, that is a shock to me, Mr. Potter." "That is certainly a surprise, Harry. I can understand you, but you should not forget to live," Dumbledore said sadly. "If he only knew why I really don't have enough time," Harry thought, inwardly grinning. "You know as well as me that if I want to have the chance to live, I'll have firstly to ensure that I can survive the final confrontation." Dumbledore swallowed at his serious tone, but nodded. "Again, you are right. Can we help you in some ways? Maybe Minerva could assist you to achieve the animagus transformation." Harry smiled solemnly and replied, "That would not be necessary." Both teachers stared dumbfounded at him. "Harry, do you want to say that you have already begun to learn it?" Dumbledore asked. "Me, I didn't say anything, but you should not forget that not everybody has the gift to do it," he stated as a matter of fact. "But you surely do," McGonagall asked, unconvinced. "I can't tell you more. Sorry. Should I ever have questions regarding that, I would like to ask you for advice though, Professor McGonagall," Harry stated politely. She smiled fondly at him. "What about occlumency?" Dumbledore asked and shrunk back under the again piercing glare of his student. "Well, that comes a little bit late, doesn't it? You ignored me and my welfare the whole summer, and that after the whole fiasco in the last year too. So I had to help myself. I already mastered this feat." His tone was much colder now. "Are you sure?" "I am. Would you allow me to test it?" Dumbledore asked. "Sure. Do your best." Harry didn't need to hide his abilities for him and hadn't to use the finer ways of misleading his thoughts, so he brought his shields up to full force with a mere thought. He felt the probing of the ancient wizard and later a full-fledged attack on the wall, but it held without problems. The old wizard beamed proudly at him and chuckled. "What is so funny?" McGonagall asked. "Well, he is using a nice mental image for his shields. A wall of steel with menacing spikes. But the funny thing is, there is a sign at the wall which states, 'Keep out.'" Harry chuckled now himself. "What about apparition?" McGonagall asked, eager to help her favorite male pupil. The female and overall was of course Hermione. Harry grinned and tossed her his license. She blanched and handed it to Dumbledore. "Who trained you?" McGonagall asked. "I learned it by myself." That is dangerous. No more is an insane dark wizard after one's ass." "Sorry about the language," he added sheepishly. Dumbledore handed it back to Harry. "How about dueling?" Dumbledore asked. "Well, that is worth a thought. You have a trained Auror as teacher for Dada. I am sure she could teach me a thing or two," Harry said, pensive, not betraying his real reasons. Dumbledore scrutinized him for a moment, but McGonagall beamed. "That is a nice idea. I am sure Miss Tonks would agree. She seems to be fond of you." Now Dumbledore had no choice anymore and agreed to arrange lessons for him. "Would you like to continue the DA, but as Defense Association?" Dumbledore asked. Harry thought about it and mused. Every student should be able to defend himself, so it is important. If you want to make it official, you would have to put a teacher in charge. By the way, who was the missing teacher? That would be Remus. He will teach the 1st to 4th years in Dada while Nymphadora will teach the upper years and overtake the lower during full moon. The 2 teachers were necessary because we increased the number of hours for Dada. That is nice, so you have 2 competent teachers for that. Professor Snape would be proficient enough too, but you would do me and the others a favor if you would leave him out of that. Your attitude has certainly changed, Harry. I am proud of you. You are grown up, but it makes me sad on the other hand. I know, but I know that someone has to bear the burden. My bad luck, that it has to be me in this war, but I will do my best. Both teachers beamed at him. As I said, I would run the DA again, but I don't know if I will have enough time for that regularly. So you should put a teacher in charge. Me and my friends could teach the students and the teachers could help us. So the workload doesn't lie by the teachers alone. Should I am not able at times, then my friends can take over. That is well thought of, Harry. Again you amaze me. I will talk about it with Remus and Nymphadora. Harry frowned. You know, if you would really respect Tonks, you would stop to call her with that name. She hates it and you embarrass her with it. I bet she asked you to call her Tonks. Why don't you do her this favor? Dumbledore looked stern for a moment, but then smiled. You really stand up for your friends, don't you? Yes, I do, for all my friends, because they will do the same for me too. You are again right, of course. I will try to honor this and I hope you will forgive me slip-ups. I am not the person to forgive you this, but I am sure Tonks would, and she will like it if you make the effort to call her Tonks. Harry said, friendly and smiling. Then I shall lead you now to your new quarters. Banks. Dumbledore called and a house elf popped up. Would you be so kind and take Mr. Potter's belongings to the quarters of Gryffindor? I will see to it instantly. He disappeared with a crack. McGonagall asked eagerly, could you take me with you? I didn't even know of them and would like to see them. It would be my pleasure, Professor. I have to admit, I am curious myself. Harry smiled. Then, let's go. Dumbledore led them to the Gryffindor Tower but past the portrait of the fat lady. By the way, the password is Dragonscale, Harry. I am sure you would like to join your friends in the common room. McGonagall explained. Sure, I didn't want to move there to avoid them. I had other reasons. He shot Dumbledore a glare and his voice was once again laced with power and hardness. You should stop that, Mr. Potter. One day you will really scare someone with that tone of yours. McGonagall said, chuckling. I will consider it. Harry chuckled as well. Dumbledore led them around the next corner where a tapestry with the coat of arms of Gryffindor, the golden griffin on a red ground. All you have to do is to say that you are the heir, and if you are, it will shimmer and you can walk through. It will sense if you want people to follow you or not. You can also set a password for your friends, if and whenever you like. I am the heir of Gryffindor. I demand entrance, Harry said, full of confidence. The tapestry shimmered and he entered, followed by the professors. They all stared in awe at the magnificent circular living room. There was a round table of oak wood artfully carved and some comfy armchairs around it. There was also a couch and a big fireplace again artfully designed. At the walls were paintings of moving griffins and phoenixes and some shelves with books. There was also a huge window with look to the lake and the forest. There was even a perch for his bird. Professor, did you ever see another phoenix beside Fox? I know that my friend Nicholas had bounded to one, and him I have seen. He was the spitting image of Fox. I know of no other phoenix, and I have also seen no other. Harry sensed, thanks to his gift, that Dumbledore was telling the truth. So his blue one wouldn't give him away. They entered the next door and there was a well-equipped bathroom with a large tube and even a shower. The next room was study with a small personal library with rare books even from Godric himself. They again stared in awe at this. The next was a comfy bedroom with an attached closet for his wardrobe where his trunk, Hedwig's cage and his broom already waited for him. There were 2 other rooms which were guest rooms and another closet for his things. The last surprise was a full-equipped potion lab even if it was small. Harry's eyes lit up again. That was perfect for his purposes. Well, I like it here, said Harry, grinning. That is an understatement if there ever was one. McGonagall said, smiling, and Dumbledore chuckled. We will leave you now alone, Harry. I am sure, your friends are waiting for you. They all left the room and parted at the entrance of the common room. Harry decided to try something, as they were far enough away, and he looked at the fat lady. I am the heir of Gryffindor. I demand entrance. The lady bowed and replied, as you wish, my lord. Then she opened. That is good to know. Harry grinned. As guessed, his friends were eagerly waiting for him. What's up? He asked coolly. Harry Potter, stop teasing us, Hermione scolded. Your trunk is away, so you got your wish. Now show us or face our wrath. Ron said, threatening. I yield. Harry laughed. Come with me. Ginny. Ron and Hermione followed him and he led them to his rooms. He didn't set a password yet. That is awesome, Hermione said. Ron, if I were you and would like to spend some time with my girlfriend today, I would keep her out of that room. Harry said, grinning, and pointed to his study. Ron looked irritated at him, but he passed his chance as Hermione stormed to the study, and a second later they heard a loud, wow. Such rare books. Damn, Ron swore while Harry and Ginny laughed. He showed them the other rooms after he managed to drag Hermione out of the room, and after that sat down in the living room. That is a nice flat, Harry. Hermione said approvingly. Yes, it is, and it provides much peace and room to study too. Harry said seriously. You are joking, right? Ron asked. Do you think I am? Harry asked with twinkling eyes. As long as you have time for Quidditch. Ron replied, groaning. Sorry, I got my broom back and my ban was lifted, but I won't play for the team. I have not enough time for that. They stared incredulously at him. You're kidding us, right? Ron asked. No, I am serious. I declined the post at the team and captainship too. But, Harry, you love nothing more than flying. Hermione said, worried now for her friend. Yeah, but I love to survive too when we enter war now. But you are only a teenager. Ginny said. But one at the top of Snakeface's hit list, and not without reason too. The final battle will be between him and me. Are you sure? Ginny asked, afraid. Yes, that was in the prophecy which was destroyed in the ministry. Better you keep it secret, tough. The mood was heavily subdued now. Look at it from the bright side. Harry joked. I will get much better notes. Who knows, maybe I will even overtake the top of the class from Hermione. Don't even think about that, she replied with a determined look. That I want to see. Ron laughed. Hey, you are to support me, not him. Hermione scolded. And all laughed after that. Sorry, but I will head now to bed. With our luck, we will have potions tomorrow first, and I can't bear Snape if I am tired. You can't bear Snape anyway. Ron joked. I am pleased that I don't have to anymore. Well, have a good night then. Hermione said friendly, and the others followed suit. As they ate their breakfast they got their schedules, and Harry groaned. Ron looked at Harry's schedule and laughed. I told you, you are a seer. What a shame, that you dropped divination. Stop it, it is only my bad luck. Harry growled. Look at the bright side. Hermione helped, it is over then until Friday. Well, you are right. Let's hurry, so that he don't have a reason to bite my head off. Harry replied. You know, for you he doesn't need a reason. Ron joked. Thanks, you are certainly helping. Harry groaned. As he got up, he sent Tonks a secret loving smile and got one in return. Snape was his usual nasty self as he entered the classroom shortly after them. I will not tolerate any laziness nor incompetence. You have to keep up good marks or you will have to leave. I doubt that all of you make it through the year. Now, the receipt is at the panel. Start. Snape tried to distract Harry with nasty comments and glares through the lesson as usual, but for once Harry didn't care. His occlumency helped to ignore him, and not one of his comments got to him. He memorized them well though. His improved knowledge helped him to avoid his usual errors. It was still not his favorite class, but he was now able to manage it now. He completed his potion at the same time as Hermione, and it looked and smelled perfect. I doubt that a Potter would ever get a potion right. Snape sneered. Now that Harry was finished he replied coldly. You know, Professor Snape, you offended during this lesson my father, my godfather and my mother, who all sacrificed their lives to defeat Voldemort and his mindless cronies. Now you offended me and my whole family too, and I have nothing done to you, nor was I disrespectful. I believe that justifies a petition to the Board of Governors. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? I have my doubts that your boss will be very pleased if you got sacked because of unimportant means such like personal grudge or an unprofessional attitude at your job. You wouldn't dare, Snape spat. I told you that I do respect you, but I also told you that I demand the respect I deserve. You chose to ignore my warning. Do you honestly believe that I would put up with all the offense you made against me? I am not a child anymore that you can intimidate with a simple sneer, Professor. And do not think for 1 second that I let me tell me from anyone what I will do and what not. I will do as I think fit within my possibilities, of course. Unfortunately for you, that includes a petition, as I mentioned before. And I also do believe that the heir of the Potters, Blacks and Gryffindor will be respected there at least. By the way, I have the right of 3 seats there too. Now Harry's eyes had a devious glint in them. Snape sat down shocked and beaten to his seat. Would you consider that petition if I would apologize to you? Snape asked beaten. If you apologize, I will consider it, Harry said seriously, and Snape glared at him. Harry had seen through his choice of words. All right, I apologize for my actions against you and your family, Mr. Potter. Apology accepted. I will be watching how you are treating me in the future before I make my final decision though. Snape nodded and continued his lesson. The Slytherins had laughed about him during the lesson, but now most of them stared at him astonished. Only some of them, including Malfoy, stared with hate at him. Hermione, however, looked proudly at him and smiled. The lesson is over, now leave. Mr. Potter, I would like a word with you, Snape asked politely for once. He granted his wish and stayed behind. After all others left, Snape closed the door and putted a silencing ward up. I have to admit that I am impressed with you, Mr. Potter. You grew a backbone. Of course you stood already up to the headmaster, a feat that only few accomplish ever. I can do nothing against your petition and you would certainly achieve whatever your goals are. I only want to tell you that such an action is not in the interest of the order. Maybe, but I may also add that the headmaster himself asked you to give up your grudge against me. So it would not be my action that is against the order, it would be yours. Further, you have to consider that I am no part of the order, and so that is not really my concern. I surely would like it more to keep your services as spy for them though, and maybe the headmaster will give me some information, but I have my doubts about that. But as I said, I will not put up with your behavior anymore. I may be not the best potions maker, but I deserve at least some respect, something you denied me from my first day here, and that without reason. I am tired of it and I will do what I have to, Professor. How about a truce then? I offered you the truce already back at Grimmauld Place, Professor. Very well then. As I understood, you gave me a last chance and I will use it wisely. I believe you have classes now. You may go. Thanks, Professor. With that he left, encountered by the way Snape's locking charm with a simple flick of his wand. They had Dada next and he was already late. To avoid further lateness he changed into his tiger form and popped over to the door of the classroom. There he changed back and entered the room. I am sorry for my tardiness, Professor Tonks, but Professor Snape kept me back. That is all right. He called already by Flo and explained it to me. Find a seat, Tonks replied. He did that, Harry muttered amused. I must have impressed him then. Tonks smiled at this but got her stern look back fast. We were talking about the Unforgivables. What can you tell me about the Cruciatus? Mr. Potter. It hurts like hell, he replied earnestly but with twinkling eyes. Mr. Potter, while that may be right, I will not tolerate joking in this class. Do you have to add something relevant or should I deduct some points? Well, if you put it this way. As I said, the curse was developed to cause the victim unbelievable pain, and if I say unbelievable, I mean that. It feels like someone is ripping your flesh apart, while turning your bones into molten lava and stabbing you with thousands of knives all at the same time. If you are too long admitted to the curse, it may drive you insane or kill you in the most painful way. It is also not only dark or black magic, it is one of the few really evil curses, and it is not without reason and unforgivable. The using of that curse grants you a life sentence in Azkaban at least. The incantation for that nasty curse is Crucio, and it comes usually with a red beam. It also lasts as long as the caster is pointing his wand at you and don't cast another curse or spell. The class was absolute silent and Tonks looked astonished at him. You sound, as you were hit by one, she stated stunned. Yeah, Voldemort himself cast one at me. It was not very nice of him, I would say. She blanched, then she frowned. Very well, that was a thorough explanation and I am sure nobody would want to share this experience. 10 points to Gryffindor. Now I have a question. You made a difference between dark and evil magic. Why? She asked curiously. Because there is one. Dark magic is just that, dark. It is not inevitable evil. It could be good magic in spite of the darkness. He stated as a matter of fact. Explain, please. Well, let me start this a bit different. A levitation charm is light magic and therefore good magic, isn't it? Class, Tonks asked. Yes, answered one of the students. So, if you levitate something, say a feather for fun, that may be. But what if you would levitate a person up to 50 foot in the air and release the spell? It would stay light magic, but would it be good magic or evil magic? Definitely evil, stated Tonks seriously with a frown, guessing where this was leading to. So we could say, the intention of the spellcaster decides over good or evil in this case. It may be the same with so-called dark magic. Let's take the skull-crushing spell, Calva Lacero. It is basically a killing curse but a bit more messier than the Avada Kedavra. Tonks gasped at this. Where did you learn this? That's beside the point and I never said I learned it. I only know what it does. Harry replied politely but determined. If I would use it to save a fair maiden from an acromantula or a troll or something like that, it would stay dark magic. But would it be good or evil? Good, I think. Tonks answered hesitantly. I think that too. Again, the intention of the caster decides if it is good or evil. So there is a difference between dark and evil magic. The Cruciatus is evil because it could never be used for good intentions. But while all this may sound good, we should never forget that dark magic is called dark for a reason and therefore usually not allowed. Harry finished his explanation. Usually not allowed? Tonks asked. Anyone except Harry who may be able to explain that. Nobody raised a hand, not even Hermione. She may have known that, but was too shocked to react. Harry, Tonks sighed. Well, with the exception of a small number of spells, dark magic is forbidden. But sometimes dark wizards can only be fought by their own weapons. That is the reason why there are some wizards who are allowed to use dark magic for defense purposes and protection. There are some of the unspeakables who are generally allowed to do that, and in dire times or are given the permission to use the killing curse, as happened during the war against Grindelwald and the climax of the First War against Voldemort. This permission has to be given by the Minister of Magic and has to be approved by a majority of the Wizard Gamut. That is correct. Another 5 points to Gryffindor. Now to the other unforgivables. Mr. Potter mentioned the killing curse, the Avada Kedavra. Anyone who can tell me something about it, except the fact that it kills? She added with a glare to Harry, who grinned. It kills not everyone. Malfoy yelled, laughing from the back. Tonks shot him a glare but then smiled deviously. Well then. Would you explain that, please? Malfoy stammered, but then he regained his composure. Potter is living, as you can see. He was hit by the killing curse as infant. So there, it kills not everyone. Anything relevant about the curse to add, without this exception that we are all aware of? Malfoy was able to explain all facts about the curse down to the correct wand movements. All were sure he had performed it already. Despite this, Tonks had to award him some points, which she did. They went then over some forms of protections for the blockable curses and then the lesson was over. Tonks asked Harry to stay behind. His friend stayed as well. What was that about Snape? She asked, grinning. As far as I know, he never apologized for the lateness of a student of his class before. You should have seen him. Hermione chuckled. Harry sat there quietly through the whole lesson, concentrating on his potion, which he completed at the same time as me, I might add, as the first ones of the class as well, and it seemed to be flawless to me. He endured the whole time the offends and nasty comments of him without any sign of annoyance, only working. After Harry was finished, Snape made another offend to his family. I thought honestly, he would explode then. And did he? Tonks asked intrigued. No, he stated really cool, that, Professor Snape had offended him, his parents and Sirius through the whole lesson, and calmly stated, that would surely be enough to make a petition to the Board of Governors. He did what? Ron asked and broke out laughing. Harry chuckled slightly. Yes, he did. And Snape said, you wouldn't dare. Harry replied coolly again, that he had treated him with the proper respect and done nothing wrong. Then he said, that he had warned him and that he would not longer tolerate his behavior. He added coolly that his boss, and I am sure he didn't mean the headmaster, would not be pleased if Snape would get sacked. And then, he added casually, that he is holding 3 votes at the board himself as heir of Black, Potter and Gryffindor, and Snape was done. Yeah, and as he held me back, he threatened me, that such an action would be against the order. Well, I reminded him, that I declined to join the order and that this would not really concern me. I told him, that I valued his role for it though, but I made clear, that would not hold me back to fulfill my threat, if he wouldn't change his attitude. I also made clear, by the way, that it was his action not mine, that was against the order, because he acted against Dumbledore's orders, of giving up his childish grudge and such. Harry added grinning. Ron was holding his stomach and tears rolled over his cheeks while Tonks had a hard time to suppress her laughter at a fellow professor and order member. After they were calmed down she said, hurry up you two. I have to talk to Harry alone. They shrugged and went to their next classes. Harry had now free time for the rest of the day and he intended to continue his studies. Tonks locked the door and put some silencing charms on it. Harry added an imperturbable charm too, not to forget the extendable ears. He said grinning, now what do you want to talk about? She looked unsure at him. I am sorry, that I didn't tell you. I thought it would be a nice surprise, but, now I feel I betrayed your trust in me. She said quietly. He looked seriously and said, you know, that was exactly what I felt. At first surprise and then I was hurt. I have seen that. She said sadly. I know, but as I looked in your eyes later, I could feel your love and your uncertainty and I felt foolish. I am happy that you are here now, Tonks, and it was a surprise, a great one, I might add. So let's not dwell on it, he said and beeped her. She hugged him and beeped him back. After she released him she looked sternly at him. What is the deal with your new knowledge about the dark arts? Is that another one? Partly. I studied some of it to learn what I am up against. I said the truth, that I only read about them. I didn't learn them or practice them. At least until now, he added in his mind. I hope so, Harry. And if you ever do, I hope you have a good reason for it and no evil intentions. Never. I will never become an evil wizard as long as I live, that I swear. She hugged him again. Thanks. But I may have one day to resort to dark magic to beat him. There is nothing we can do about that. She nodded sadly. Was there anything else to talk about? Lessons maybe, Harry asked grinning. Yes, that was another sneaky one, she said chuckling. It was Dumbledore himself who suggested it, after I declined Animagus training and apparition. He didn't seem too happy though, as I pointed out, you would be a first-class choice for that. But McGonagall was happy, that they found something they could help me with, and so he had no choice. Sneaky, as I said. Yeah, and you love it, he said and beeped her. Where do we held this lessons? She asked. Give me a time and then pick me up at my quarters. I will show you then. Hey, are you here the teacher or I? And what quarters? Okay, let's meet then at the Fat Lady and I will show you my quarters and the password. You better do. Tonight at 7 sharp. As you wish, Professor. He replied and bowed mockingly. She punched him. Did you know that Dumbledore stopped calling me Nymphadora? He is calling me Miss Tonks now, she asked happily. In fact, I did. I convinced him that you didn't like that and kind of berated him for that in front of McGonagall, he said sheepishly. She looked at him with wide eyes, then she smiled and hugged him fiercely. I love you, you know. What would I do without you? She asked. Well, you would still be called Nymphadora, he said shrugging. Arg, you, lovingly, sneaky young man. Well, that we could discuss at my quarters later. he said seductively and beeped her a last time before he went out of the room, this time dispelling the charms without a wand, only with a flick of his hand, and again he left a stunned Tonks behind. Harry met her after a hard day of studying and a short explanation to his friends. He only told them that he would get special dueling lessons from her, nothing more. He could see in their eyes that they wanted to join him, but he pointed out that they would also have the DA, and with that, the homework and Quidditch, there would be no time for that, and they agreed reluctantly. "I believe you wanted to show me where your quarters are, Mr. Potter?" asked Tonks as they met in front of the fat lady. "If you would follow me, Professor." Harry led her to his rooms and said a password for her, eternal love, and she smiled at him. She gasped as she entered and her eyes lit up as she saw the big tube in the bathroom where easily would fit in 4 persons. "Well, did you tell this password to anyone?" she asked. "No, I just set it up for you. I wanted to give access to my friends too. As long as you do not, we could use this nice tube together, couldn't we?" she asked seductively and licked her lips. "Well, I think the password for my friends will have to wait then," he smiled. "Fine, what now?" He showed her the other rooms and she jumped on his bed in joy. He had set up one of his guest rooms as his gym and she shook her head. She admired his potions lab where some potions were simmering already from this afternoon. "And now, we will train. Would you follow me, Professor?" he asked mockingly and ran away out of the room. He regained his composure though before he stepped out, and Tonks too, and that was good. Because they ran nearly into Dumbledore. "Ah, I wondered where you both are and wanted to ask when you will begin your training and where." "We were on our way to the room of requirement, Professor. I only showed Professor Tonks my new rooms," Harry explained. "Yes, that is right. I didn't know what Harry had in mind. He only told me to pick him up at his quarters and would show me a room to duel. I have never heard of this room before. Well, I also learned that it existed only last year. Harry found it and used it for his DA training. I have yet to examine it too," Dumbledore said, amused with his twinkling eyes. "Why don't you join us then and I will explain what I know?" Harry suggested and lead the way. They reached it 15 minutes later. "So you say that this room provides you with whatever you need?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes, but you can't take anything out of there. Why don't you give it a go, Professor Tonks? Imagine a room suiting for our dueling lesson and go 3 times up and down before the statue." She did as told and a door appeared. They entered and found a plain room with padded walls that no one would get hurt if they were flung against the walls. "It is perfect for dueling but nothing special," Tonks said. "Now, let me show you something. Let's duel with swords," he said. Promptly a rack with 10 swords appeared along with some armor to avoid wounds. "Wow," Tonks gasped. "Therefore it is called the Room of Requirement. If you need something, you will get it. But we won't use weapons," he stated, and the swords disappeared. "That is a nice choice for a room, Harry. I will leave you then. When will you train again?" "I thought Monday, Wednesday and Friday, but we didn't talk about it yet," Tonks explained. "Well, then we have Tuesday, Thursday and the weekend for DA, but I would recommend one day at first. If we have a large number, we can then split the group after knowledge and make it 2 days," Harry said. "Is that not too much?" Dumbledore asked concerned. "You would be busy every evening. It is the reason why I dropped Quidditch in most of my classes except the important ones." "Better busy than dead." Dumbledore nodded sadly and left. "Now back to business," Harry stated, and was again beaten by Tonks, and both left the room after 1.5 hours exhausted, but this time both were bruised and went to Madame Pomfrey first. She gave them a scolding, and as they explained that would happen again, she kicked them out with a bag of potions to treat themselves. The time flew by for Harry. He was studying very hard, and in the evenings he was busy with his dueling training and the DA, which was a great success. They had now even some Slytherins in the group. As he had guessed, they had to divide the students in a basic and an advanced group. After a month he let the basic group to his friends completely after Neville and Luna agreed to help them. Harry hadn't often the possibility to meet with Tonks to beep or even make love, because they had to be even more secretive about it than before here in Hogwarts. A teacher was simply not allowed to get involved with a student, but they did test Harry's bathing tube once or twice. Dumbledore became afraid of losing control over Harry more and watched him even closer. Who knows what he would do if he found out about Tonks and him. Dumbledore also tried to convince him again to join his order, but Harry declined repeatedly. Harry also supported Remus during the full moon, still without the knowledge of Dumbledore or any other, except from Tonks and Rick. He continued his weekly visits to Rick, now that he was back at Hogwarts. He simply popped over as Tiger when he had free periods and all his friends not. He continued his martial arts and fencing lessons with him, and they began to train his fire element. The only feat he had accomplished until Christmas was a complete resistance to fire. He still couldn't call the flames to his will. He would only get them when he was very angry. He was also very advanced in his studies too, and both he and Rick decided to give his newts a go over the Christmas holidays. There were, however, two bad things for these holidays. The first was that Tonks was away after Christmas till the beginning of the new term because of an order of the ministry again, and the second problem was that Dumbledore had asked him to stay in the castle. The last was not too bad, because Remus would be staying too. His friends, however, would spend the holidays at the Burrow because Molly had managed to gather the whole family together. He was not mad though, so he had not to find an excuse to disappear 2 days, where he was to go to the ministry for the tests. Because they had not much time, they decided to enjoy the Christmas Eve and the day after together. It wouldn't be suspicious because Remus would be with them and they would spend both days at his rooms. So they gathered together in the afternoon and spent a nice evening in his living room. They were even served by a house elf for dinner. They had excused themselves for the day and Dumbledore had allowed it, maybe to get back in Harry's good graces. It was a really nice and enjoyable day for all three of them, except for Moony's comments whenever they both beeped, and they beeped often. They ate a nice turkey, drank some butterbeer and even another whiskey in the evening. The only drawback was that Tonks wouldn't be able to sleep in his quarters this night. "I hate it to hide our feelings, Harry," said a sad Tonks as it was time to leave. Harry gave her a sad smile. "I hate it too, love. But it is over soon. As soon as I graduate, I am no longer a student and nobody can do anything against us. It would be more safe for you to keep it secret though." "I don't care, Harry, and you know it. But when you graduate, you will go away and I will no longer be able to see you. It doesn't matter what we do, we can't be together." Harry gave her a heartfelt hug and beeped her lovingly. "I promise you to give all I have to finish my training as soon as possible, love. When the apprenticeship is over, we will be able to be together openly." "That would be nice, Harry." She leaned her head against his chest and sighed. Remus was sad for them too, and he got an idea for another Christmas gift for them. He smiled secretively. Minutes after that they parted with a last passionate beep. So they had to meet the next morning again in Harry's rooms. In the living room they were awaited by a pile of presents for them all. From Hermione, Harry got a book about shields and defense magic, from Ron a set of sweets, from the twins a set of new products to test on the students, and from Molly a new self-made jumper, this time in dark green. From Remus he got a really nice magical chess set with magical creatures as figures, among them black tigers for knights and eagles as bishops. Harry beamed as he saw that and hugged him. He gave Remus a new set of robes. "I can no longer stand it, that you are wearing that shabby robes of yours," he had said, grinning, and he got him also a set of books about teaching Dada. "Thank you, Nightwing." Remus hugged him back. The robes were beautiful and also expensive ones, laced with some useful charms. Then came Tonks. She gave him a passionately beep at first, and then she gifted him with real battle boots made of special dragonhide and charmed in many ways, for instance a size-adjusting charm, water-repellent and curse-resistant to a great extent. He hugged her and beeped her. "I couldn't afford a complete battle gear for you, but it is a beginning," she said, a little embarrassed, but he was really happy about it, and as she realized that, she was happy too. He gave then his gift to her. Again it was a beautiful small box. She gasped as she opened it and stared at him. "I know, I already gave you a necklace, but the first one was only to make up to you. This one comes from my heart and I hope you like it, even it is another one." Her eyes widened and she again stared at the beautiful necklace. It was made of small platinum chain links and that made a very thin and elegant necklace. It came with a pendant in form of a heart which was made of platinum too. It was outlined with small shards of diamonds and it sparkled in the light. But in the center of that heart was a small rainstone. It was a really rare magical stone which shimmered in the same colors as Tonks' real eyes. It was deep blue with streaks of gray and traces of green. She had tears in her eyes as she looked up again. She knew very well why he had chosen that particular stone because she too recognized her eye color in it and it showed her that he truly loved her for herself. And the rest of the necklace was stunningly beautiful too. It is amazing, Harry, thanks. It must have cost you a fortune. She stammered. No fortune in the world is more worth to me than that happy look which you just had in your eyes, darling. He said smiling. Now were tears dwelling up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She hugged him fiercely. I love you so much. She whispered in his ear. I love you too. He whispered back. As they separated they saw that Mooney wasn't complaining for once but smiled a real happy smile at the sight of the both of them. Then Harry looked Tonks in her eyes. There is one more thing about this necklace. It has a really complex and ancient tracking charm on it. If ever happens something to you, I will find you and get you out. With that charm, I can even find you at an otherwise unplottable place. She beamed happily at him and hugged him again. I didn't know that such powerful charms exist, let alone someone with the power to cast such a charm, she said pensive. Well, I cast the charm and the spell doesn't exist, at least officially. Some friends of me helped me to get it down, he grinned. Some friends. A spell that doesn't exist. Harry, what have you gotten yourself into? Well, you will find out eventually, but not today. Today is a holiday and we will enjoy it. Let me put it on. He took the necklace out of her hands and put it gently around her neck. She watched herself in a mirror. It is beautiful. Not nearly as beautiful as you, especially in your true form. Harry said honestly. She beeped him passionately again. You have a way with words and women that reminds me strongly at another person, Nightwing. Remus chuckled. That wouldn't be by any chance Padfoot? He asked smiling. You got it right in one try. Well, I can and will do that only around one woman and she is standing before me. See, you do it again, said Remus chuckling. Yeah, but I mean it. Harry said smiling fondly. Yes, that I believe you. Remus said proudly and happy for them. Now, I don't want to ruin that moment, but we have to go down to breakfast today. Tonks said sadly and straightened out her robe. Maybe I can give you some covered time after lunch. Remus suggested. I could stay in your gym and you could do, well, whatever you do. Harry and Tonks blushed but smiled happily and thankfully at him. Then they went down to the hall, everybody his distanced self. Ah, Miss Tonks, Remus and Harry. Happy Christmas. Come, join us at our table. The headmaster invited them with twinkling eyes. Snape for once nodded politely to them and they nodded back. He was nothing but polite in his lessons since their discussion and Harry's potions only got better after that. The only other ones at the table were Flitwick and McGonagall. McGonagall greeted them too, but then stared at the necklace. Miss Tonks, that is a really beautiful necklace, what you have there. Was it a present? Yes, I got it today, she said smiling. You don't have by any chance an admirer? She asked in awe. Well, kind of, she said blushing. Harry betrayed his emotions with no sign and sat down next to her and filled his plate. I seems to be very special and quite expensive to come from, only, an admirer. It is very special to me for multiple reasons, Professor McGonagall, she answered. Now Flitwick took a look at it too and asked interested, is it by any chance charmed? She seemed at a loss for a moment but Harry chose this moment to help her a little. I think it is. If I would give the woman of my heart such a gift, I would charm it, something to protect her if possible. That shows how noble you are, said Dumbledore with twinkling eyes. Have you found by any chance the woman of your heart yet? He asked. Now why would I tell that my teachers of all people, Professor? He asked with a mischievous smile. Ah, come on. I am the best friend of your father and godfather. Tell me, please, asked Remus with puppy dog eyes and joined their secret game of diversion. Stop that. Make that in your wolf form. I believe that would be more convincing. ... Now tell me, have you ever met a person, besides from you Mooney, who could truly look behind this damn scar and see me how I really am? Whom I really am? Well, I did not. Not even my best friends see me as I truly am. Even they see me as their savior or hero or something like that. Granted, they do it to a lesser extent than others, but they do. And even if you find one, she has to find a liking to me and come to love me and I her. Not the best chances, are they? He asked now seriously with a hint of sadness. They all looked now subdued and he could feel that Tonks was on the edge to jump up and hug him silly to show him how much he meant to her. Hey, who has you all allowed to make such long faces on this fine day? He joked. Their heads shot up irritated at his mood swing. Well, Tonks, I mean Professor Tonks, you didn't answer the question. Maybe you could let Professor Flitwick take a look at it. He is not without reason a charms master, Harry said smiling, and only Mooney and Tonks recognized the devious glint in his emerald eyes. She nodded and handed it to the tiny wizard. He cast some spells on it and gasped. What is it, Phileas? Asked Dumbledore curiously. That is unbelievable, Albus. It is charmed, quite heavily too. Whoever it was, he has to be a charms master too. Harry nearly choked at this, while Remus coughed loudly as if there was something in his throat. Tonks only grinned. She was back to her usual funny self, at least outwardly, and spilled promptly her juice over the table. She blushed and cleaned it with a quick charm while Harry and Remus laughed good-hearted. Dumbledore took a look at the pedant too. I don't recognize this charm. He gave it back to Flitwick. It is a kind of tracking charm, I am sure, but it is not known to me either. It is a masked charm too. I can say you only one thing. The caster of that spell has to be very powerful, certainly more powerful than me, maybe more powerful than even you, Albus. They all looked shocked at Tonks and she blushed. Only Remus locked his gaze not with her but with Harry, and he seemed to be more than a little surprised. Miss Tonks, could you reveal who your admirer is? Dumbledore asked politely. He asked me not to, and I do not intend to break my promise. Dumbledore nodded at this and stroked his beard. Such a powerful wizard would be certainly a good addition to our cause, he mused. Remus' eyes lit up for a second. It hasn't had to be the mysterious admirer who cast that spell. He could have bought it already with it, he said. That is right, Miss Tonks. Did your admirer cast this spell? Dumbledore asked. Well, I can't say. Who charmed this pedant? I never had the impression that my admirer is powerful. He seems to be a normal wizard to me, she said, and Harry's heart beat faster at the double meaning of her words. For her, he was a normal wizard. That is too bad then. Maybe you could ask him sometimes who did cast this spell. I know for sure that nobody of the shopkeepers in the wizarding world of England is powerful enough for this. We checked them all, Dumbledore said, disappointed. Tonks got her necklace back and she putted it on again. After the breakfast they went back to his rooms and Tonks pinned him on the couch. Spill it. What do you mean? He asked innocently. What she means is that little fact about being more powerful than Dumbledore, said Remus seriously. Why should I know how powerful I am regarding to Dumbledore? He asked. What is it with that necklace then? Tonks asked. While that spell is powerful, I doubt that it is so powerful, and it is masked too. Maybe they had the wrong impressions. What do you mean with masked? Flitwick said that too, Remus asked. Why? Ask the little oar here. Harry replied, grinning. I don't know anything about that. Well, spill it. No, find it out for yourself. He joked. Are you sure about that? She asked with a mischievous smile. All right, let's make a deal. You find out what the masking of that spell means and I show you my second form, he suggested. No, you spill another of your secrets to us, Tonks countered. He looked pensive and then sadly at Remus. I don't know if I am allowed to do that. Remus scrutinized him. You are looking only at me. That could mean you have already clearance for Tonks. Don't tell me why, but let me ask you, is there a difference? Yes, there is, but I haven't asked about you yet. I may get the permission, because I am trusting you. But I also know for a fact that Tonks is at least average at occlumency and can therefore hide my secrets even against unwilling sharing. You on the contrary to that have no such training, and that could put all of us in danger, let alone Dumbledore find out, which I don't want also. Harry, don't worry about that. I would be very happy if you show me your second form as deal. You have achieved so much already that I can't tell you how proud I am. And you have done so much for me too. You helped me over the death of Sirius and you accompany me through the full moons. I also know that you trust me, but I neither want to put you in danger nor do I want you to get into trouble from your boss, whoever that is. Thanks, Moony. I will share with you what I can. Remus nodded. They talked after that about less important things, and after lunch, as promised, Remus let them alone to their love. They enjoyed it for once to make love free of worries to be found out, and they did it slowly and full of passion. They took all the time from shortly after lunch until shortly before dinner, and both were positively beaming as they joined Remus again in Harry's living room. You know, if you keep up this expression, your love will no longer be a secret. Remus said, worried. It is okay, we will be cooled down when we reach the Great Hall, we were every time. Harry said, grinning. That was a fact I didn't need to know. Remus groaned, but was shortly after that friendly hugged by Tonks. Thank you, Moony. That was the best present you could give us, she said sincerely and beaming. I wanted to say that too, Moony. I owe you one for this, Harry said and hugged him too. There is no need for thanks. I can see how happy you are together, and I am happy for you both. We all know that you both are in danger and that at least Nightwing will leave Hogwarts, maybe soon. So I will do all I can to help you to enjoy your time together. Thanks again, Harry said. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, and as he opened them again he was cool as ever. Tonks did the same, only she needed some minutes. That was awesome, Moony gasped. No, that was occlumency. Hide your valuable thoughts deep in you and don't let them out, Harry explained. It is certainly helpful in such situations, Tonks said, grinning. That it is. Now, we have to go. After dinner Tonks had to leave, and she hadn't even time or the chance to say goodbye to Harry in the way she wanted. All she could was simple, "Bye Harry, and write your essay." As he stood before the others and faced her, he could send her a loving smile and a blown beep. Remus joined Harry after that in his rooms again. Remus, there is one thing I can reveal to you now. And what is that? I will go the day after Boxing Day and the following day to the Ministry and take my newts. Remus gaped at him. You're kidding me. No, I am serious. I am ready and have already the appointments. That is great. But, does Tonks know? No, not yet. I will inform her, when she is back. I didn't want her to think about it during her assignment. That could have distracted her. You are right. What happens after that? I don't know. It will take a while until I get the results. I don't know if I have to leave instantly after that or not. But it may be so. And I don't know where I will go. I know. That will be hard for Tonks. For me it is, Nightwing. I know. For me too, Moony. But I have to do that. Besides, the deal is, if I am up to my studies I can visit her. As you are here too, the same goes for you. Well, that is not too bad then. You know what, I never thought I would say that, but, take your studies seriously. Both laughed at this. And are you up to the newts, or do you want to go over your notes now? Remus asked. No, it is okay. Stay please. I will take a last peek tomorrow, but I am fit. You know it will be a hard hit to my friends too. They don't know anything about that. I am sure they know that something is up with you. They will get over it, at least with time. I know about someone else who is in for that surprise. Who? Dumbledore. Right. Harry laughed and Remus joined him. They both enjoyed the evening after that. Harry got away without problems because Dumbledore was also away on business. All the teachers were used to it, that he would be the most of his time in his rooms and often over lunch too. He tended to forget it often enough during his studies. Remus was covering him for the last bit of risk. So he arrived together with Rick in the Department of Mysteries. He used his own portkey this time. He had already learned to make one, and he also got the special one which could take him directly down here. They were greeted by two older wizards, the supervisor of the department and another younger one who seemed to be a kind of assistant. Hello Rick. Hello Mr. Potter. The supervisor greeted them and led them into another room. This are Mr. Warlock and Mr. Thaddeus, Master of Charms and Master of Transfiguration. They are here under an oath of secrecy about your status. Otherwise they are official testers for the ministry. The young one is Arnold Riley, a recruit and now an assistant to me. He is very eager. The both masters will test you at their branch of magic and Mr. Thaddeus will also test you in Dada. Tomorrow you will take your test in potions, which is going to consist of a theoretical test before noon and the practical in the afternoon. The tests today will be practical. The theory part is covered as you are to explain every spell and answer questions. Now follow me to the testing room and then we will start with charms. Both days passed in a blur to Harry. The only thing he knew was that he had impressed Mr. Thaddeus with his Patronus, the anti-apparition ward and his Aegis shield, which all were very complex and powerful spells and even beyond Newt level. He also knew that he had impressed Mr. Warlock with his animagus forms and his achievement in advanced apparition. He knew that he did his potions right, but he had no idea about all theoretical tests. Remus joined him in the evening of the second day of his tests. "How did it go, Nightwing?" he asked his exhausted student and friend. "You know the name nasty exhausting wizarding tests." Moony nodded, smiling. "Well, that is an understatement." Harry groaned. "I need a drink. How about you?" Remus nodded and Harry conjured 2 glasses of whiskey. They saluted on the newts and took a sip. "I think I managed it, but it was draining to no end." "That is why they are called newts." "Who tested you?" Moony asked smilingly. "Mr. Thaddeus for charms and Dada, Mr. Warlock for transfiguration and Mr. Ornar for potions." Remus gaped at him. I know all 3 of them. They are the best of the best and the hardest testers too in whole Britain." "Now I understand what you meant with draining." "Well, at least I know of no error I made. All I can do is wait." "Then we wait. Tell me about the charms. What did you have to show?" Harry recounted his tests and thanks to his occlumency he had memorized them to the tiniest detail and could recount all meticulously. Remus tried not to stare at him. If he did what he told that he did, then there was no way that he didn't pass with flying colors. That was simply awesome, especially for a student who hadn't even finished his 6th year. It was 3 days before the school started again. Ron, Hermione and Ginny sat with Harry in his living room and talked as the fire in his fireplace lit up in blue flames and Rick's head looked out. "Harry, can you talk?" Rick asked. "My friends are here. Could you cast a privacy bubble?" Rick asked. Harry did it absently with a wave of his hand and his friends stared at the two. "Well, what do you want to talk about?" "Now, I wanted to congratulate you to your newts. You passed all 4. But I have a request to show up with you tomorrow at the ministry to start your apprenticeship officially. I am sorry that it comes on such short order, but that is one of the few orders we both have to obey. Your results are going to come in tomorrow with the owl post along with your release from school backdated to the end of the last term." "Wow, that is a bit unexpected. I only have one problem with that. Tonks is not back yet from her assignment and I didn't tell her that I took the tests. She will be sad that I had to leave. You can visit her once we started the apprenticeship. You know we will be at Hogsmeade. There has nothing changed in our plan, only the start is earlier than we both thought. I had to tell them about our agreement. I have generally to tell them all about us and your achievements and all other details. As you know by now, it stays in our department though." "Yes, I know. I have no problem with that. Thanks for the warning. Now I have to face the wrath of my friends. Anything else?" "Yes, I am proud of you. But I don't want to ruin the surprise." "Bye then." "Bye, Rick, I will see you tomorrow." Harry finished the spell and turned around to his friends. "Now, what was that?" Hermione asked curiously. "Well, that was my call to leave the school, so to speak," he said without emotion. "That was what?" Hermione yelled. "Well, as I said, I am going to leave the school tomorrow." "How long?" Hermione asked. "Forever. I finished it." Harry sighed. But you have to take your newts first," Hermione insisted. "I took them after Christmas. He informed me that I passed them and from his expression it was not too bad." You took your newts already?" Ginny stammered. "Yes." "Why?" Ron asked stunned. "Because I had to. It is hard to explain and mostly it is secret too." All I can tell you is that I entered an apprenticeship this summer. The deal was that we get really started as soon as I get my newts, and it is important, so I did it as fast as I could. An apprenticeship? That is really rare, Harry," Hermione said in awe. "As what?" asked Ron. "That I cannot reveal, sorry." "It has to be something special then," Ron said. "Yes, that it is. And it is helping me to prepare too, but I can't say more." We understand. But, hell, that is a shock," Ron said. "Thanks, Ron. That means much to me. And you both." The girls nodded both, and Hermione said, "We knew that you have been up to something, but that we would have never guessed." He smiled again. "That means much to me, that you understand." "Thank you for that." "And Dumbledore?" Ron asked. "Well, he doesn't know anything yet. He has another thing coming, as I promised." Harry grinned. "When will he learn it?" Ron asked eagerly. "Tomorrow with the post." "Well then, that is going to be an interesting breakfast then." Ron grinned. "It is sad that it is so suddenly though," Ginny said quietly. I hope to get to tell you something." Hermione gasped, and Ron looked irritated. He wanted to say something, but Hermione held him back. I wanted to tell you." Ginny stammered and blushed. Harry sat down beside her and lifted her chin gently so that he could look in her eyes. "I am sorry, but it is not possible," he said quietly. She blanched. What do you mean?" Then she turned to Hermione. "Did you tell him?" She shook her head sharply. "No." "Ginny, look at me," Harry demanded gently. She did so, and he continued. "Nobody said anything to me, but I know that you are in love with me though." "How?" "I mean, that was it what I wanted to say, but how I knew that is not important. That I do is, I am really sorry, but I am not in love with you." "But, not even a bit." She sobbed now. "You are like a sister to me, but I do not love you. I am really sorry, because I also know that your love for me is real." You know that I really love you." "Yes." He nodded sadly. I told nobody about it." "Did you use legilimency on me?" She moved away from him. "No, I would never do that. I am able to sense your emotions. I am partially empathic. But that is a dangerous secret. Please tell no one." I won't. I promise." Is there someone else?" Ginny asked hesitantly. Harry sighed. "Yes." They all gasped at this. "Yes, I am in love. But that is something that is even more dangerous, and I only told you now, because you are hurt and I don't want that. That is why I share now my greatest secret with you." They smiled at him and were happy that he found someone, even Ginny. They didn't talk another word about it, determined to take his secrets with them in their grave. They parted not too much later, because he had to pack his things. The real commotion was caused the next day. There were now more students back from the holidays, about half of the school. As promised, there was a thick envelope with the owl post for Harry. He opened it and gasped. "What is it?" Hermione asked. He handed her only one of the pages, the one with his results. The other was the order to be at the ministry at noon, and the third his document to leave the school. Hermione read it and hugged him proudly. "Would anyone tell us what this is about?" Ron groaned. "He got an O in charms and transfiguration and another O in Dada. He also got an E in potions," Hermione explained. "He got what?" Ron yelled. Ron was as stunned as Harry, but the girls beamed at him, and Harry sent a nod at the questioning gaze of Remus. Moony grinned widely at this. Dumbledore seemed to get a letter too from the same owl, but had yet to open it, as the door to the great hall burst open and 4 Aurors stepped in, shortly followed by an irritated Tonks in civil robes. She shot a questioning glance at Harry, but he shrugged. One of the Aurors went up to Dumbledore and whispered something to Dumbledore. It was Shacklebolt. Harry got a feeling of dread as Dumbledore glared at him and then at Tonks, and Harry jumped up, but it was already too late. Dumbledore bellowed, "Miss Tonks, is it true that you are in a relationship with Harry Potter?" She blanched and began to shudder. Gasps were to be heard through the hall. "Answer me," Dumbledore demanded. She looked uncertainly to Harry and he fumed. He stepped before the table and went down to Tonks. He looked her in her face, ignoring the stares of the students and the glare of Dumbledore. "Hey, what is up?" he asked soothingly. "Has something happened?" I got a letter this morning in which was stated to keep our relationship confidential, she stammered. Show me. He read the letter and yelled, "These idiots." He calmed down and seemed to be relaxed, but to Tonks his flaring green eyes betrayed his feelings, his anger. The letter came directly from your supervisor. Who is it? He asked Tonks gently. Kingsley. That idiot who has even made our love public. She nodded. Well, I am sorry. I didn't want that, at least not in that way. But now will heads roll. He was inwardly fuming. I am waiting, Miss Tonks. Dumbledore bellowed. Harry stepped coolly between Tonks and Dumbledore. Do you want to discuss this in public? He asked Dumbledore without emotion, outwardly, but now his voice was laced with steel and he was surrounded by an aura of power and rage that had yet to be seen. I demand the answer now. But no, I have it already. You know very well that I cannot allow a teacher to become involved with a student. You are suspended, Miss Tonks. Dumbledore stated with an icy voice. She is not, Harry said coolly. You just revealed our relationship. So be it, but she can date whoever she wants as long as it is not a student. That I said. Therefore she is suspended, Dumbledore insisted. No, because I am not longer a student of Hogwarts. In fact, I finished school on December 20th. You what? Well, I believe you have just received a letter. Maybe you should read your letters. Dumbledore ripped the letter open and blanched. How is that possible? You have already taken your newts. Dumbledore stammered. Gasps and whispers were heard through the hall again. Now, what about Tonks? She can continue. Dumbledore admitted, irritated to no end. You finished. Tonks whispered sadly. He turned around and took her hand reassuringly. I'm sorry. I took the newts after you were gone. I didn't expect to be called away so soon though. Here went something badly wrong. She flung her arms around him with tears in her eyes and he stroked her back. Now, I only have to report to the ministry today. I will visit you as soon as possible, then we will talk. Promise. Now I have to clear some things. If you excuse me. She let him go, and he turned around to Kingsley with a piercing glare. Or Shacklebolt, you just revealed a level Omega secret. Is that right? Harry asked with a cold voice. The eyes of the Auror widened and he blanched. He could not deny it because Harry held the proof in his hand. In the letter written from him, Kingsley, to Tonks was clearly stated that their relationship was to be handled as level Omega secret. You all know how I do stand up to my friends. But I assure you that is nothing compared to that, what I will do for my love. You Kingsley Shacklebolt have just placed my girlfriend in grave danger and that against the order from the ministry too. And now you will pay for that. Aurors arrest Kingsley Shacklebolt for high treason. His voice boomed through the hall. The three remaining Aurors shuddered and turned to him. One spoke to him, Be you, but we are here to escort you to the ministry. You will do as I ordered or you will face the same charges. I assure you, I will arrive there safely by a special portkey. Now follow my orders. His cold voice tolerated no contradiction anymore and the three Aurors drew their wands. The spokesman demanded now with a confident voice, Kingsley Shacklebolt, hand over your wand. You were arrested under the charges of high treason. Shacklebolt handed his wand over with shaking hands. He knew the sentence for this, the beep. And as they were at war, at least in the eyes of the Aurors and the magical law enforcement, there would be no lenience. Adding to that, he had just betrayed the hero of the wizarding world and putted the head of his girlfriend on a silver platter. And he hadn't even an idea what was going on and why Potter was ordered to the ministry or why that was under such a high level of secrecy. He was only aware of one thing, he had just made the error of his life. The Aurors put magical handcuffs on him and took him out of the hall. Harry now turned his face back to the teachers and looked in gaping faces. Are you satisfied, Professor Dumbledore? You just cost one of your men his life and placed another in life-threatening danger. Harry, how could you? Dumbledore stammered. He was white as a sheet. Me, well, I did nothing but reminded the other Aurors of their job. That he has been arrested is your fault alone. I told you earlier that you have no right to meddle with other private affairs, but you didn't hear. Now you have to face the consequences. Sorry, not you but one of your pawns. Well, I'll tell you one thing. You were it, who betrayed us. Tonks will stay here. If something happens to her, I will have your head. Dumbledore looked beaten but wanted to say something. But Harry continued now with a raised and icy voice, and I will get you personally. Now a magical surge was surrounding him and the dishes were flying from the tables. The windows shattered and the banners of the 4 houses lit up in an unreal hot blue flame. Tonks placed her hand on his shoulder and he calmed down instantly. The surge died away. You will protect her, Harry boomed and Dumbledore nodded. Harry laid his arm around Tonks' hip and led her out of the hall to his dorms. There she flung her arms around his neck and sobbed on his shoulder. Harry, what had just happened? Let's sit down. I have to get a clear head first. He stroked her back. Then he cast the strongest privacy spells he knew and Tonks gasped at the complexity of these charms. As I said, something went badly wrong. Now our secret is out and you will have to face it. For me nothing will change but for you all. You may get howlers from fans and hate letters and so on. But that is our least problem. As we were both aware, Voldemort is going to be after you now. I will provide that you stay here and go not on another assignment. You will, how? Let me start at the beginning. As you may have guessed I have a full clearing for you. I will tell you the most now. As you know, I entered an apprenticeship. It was no ordinary one but as an unspeakable. An unspeakable. Now I understand some things. Can you tell me what kind? A warlock. A warlock, she whispered in awe, but the last one retired some time ago. Yes, and he will be my mentor. He is the one I met in the pub and he decided to help me. That is great, Harry. That is the best training you can get. I know, that is why I agreed to it. Now, as you know, I underwent some tests. They showed that I am partially empathic, partially metamorphic, animagus with 2 forms, and I am also a mage. A mage, yes. That is why I could put such a powerful charm on your pedant and I got the spell in the Department of Mysteries. Oh, that is so nice of you. Please go on. That all is only more reason to go after you to get me. Be aware of that. Well, my deal was newts before the training as you know and I took them over Christmas. I didn't tell you, because I wanted you to have a clear head for your assignment. I wanted to tell you when you were back and here it went all wrong. Someone, I guess from my department, leaked the info out. I think he ordered Kingsley to order you to keep it secret alone to keep me safe. But with that he betrayed us. Kingsley reported it to that old fool and betrayed a level Omega secret. And that old fool yelled it through the whole school. He is such an idiot. And the escort in the first place. Bloody hell, I have a special portkey for the department. How can one man be so stupid? I will have to kick some down there later. I don't know why they press it so hard though. I thought we would have some days together but no. The plan was to start it officially at the ministry and then be around here training. I would be allowed to visit you if I were up to my studies. That is okay then. Maybe. But I have to talk with Rick, my mentor, about it. That all may change our plans drastically. How I don't know but I have a feeling about this. I don't even know if I will be able to write you if something changes. If you get no message from me in the next 3 days, you know the plans have changed. But have no worry, I will be safe. Are you sure? She was totally distracted now. Yes I am honey. Promise me that you will be careful. I will, Harry, thanks. Moony will have an eye on you too. Try to stay in the castle. I will. I love you, Tonks. She hugged him and beeped him passionately for some minutes. Now, I have to go. Send a message to the head of the Department of Mysteries if there is something wrong and I can get no message to you. He will know. Be careful Harry. I will. Keep the password to these rooms to yourself. No one but you and Moony know it. And no word about that all what I just told you, not even to Moony. But tell him and my friends goodbye from me. Keep an eye on Ginny too. I told her yesterday that I knew she loves me but I her not. Now she knows who my love is, you. Be there for her, please. She is a good friend. I will be back, as soon as I can. I know, and I will do as you asked. I have faith in you. He beeped her a last time and grabbed his trunk before the portkey swirled him away. There was no single sound in the great hall as Harry and Tonks left. Dumbledore looked disbelievingly after them with eyes wide as saucers. The students were the same, only the Slytherins began to snicker. Hermione looked deep in thought. Ron looked dumbstruck, but Ginny looked sad after them and sighed deeply. "Now we know who his love is," she whispered. Hermione took her hand gently and tried to lighten her mood. "Ginny, did you see them? Did you see the love in both of their eyes?" Ginny nodded and a single tear rolled down her cheek. "This may hurt you now, Ginny, but if you really love him, and we know you do, then you must wish to see him happy. And he is happy with Tonks." Ginny smiled sadly but nodded. "You are right, as always, Hermione. And I wish them both luck. If one deserves to be happy, then it is Harry." Hermione smiled reassuringly. "That's the spirit. And you know, you will find another man who is going to make you happy." "You know what?" asked Ron. "I think Harry is the first one who really shocked Dumbledore." "He is still standing with his mouth open," joked Ron and broke the tension. Both girls looked to the teacher's table and grinned. Harry wasn't joking as he said, "Dumbledore had another thing coming," agreed Ginny, now grinning. "Yeah, I hope Dumbledore is sensible enough to treat Tonks with respect. Otherwise is Harry going to be angry, and I don't really want to know what then is going to happen," said Hermione seriously. Ron looked back to Hermione. "Do you think Kingsley is going to be punished?" Hermione gulped. "I don't know, Ron. Harry had a point, you know. He stands up for his friends, this year more so than ever. But that is nothing against that, what he would do for his love, and he seemed really angry about that all." "Yeah, he was frightening," Ginny whispered. "And he had another point. He didn't do anything. He only pointed out a fact to the Aurors, Ron." Hermione continued. "Kingsley made a secret known, and that in front of their eyes. I don't think Harry has anything to do with the consequences. But one thing puzzles me." "What?" asked Ron eagerly. "From where did he know was a level Omega secret is? Even I have never heard of anything like this," she said. Neville came out of his stupor and answered quietly, "There are some different levels of secrecy. I only know that, because my parents were Aurors. The higher the level, the less people know about that, and the higher the sentence. But even I have never heard of a level Omega. That can only be from the unspeakables. But I do know one thing, the highest level one have ever heard of was a level Gamma, and the sentence for betraying that secret is the beep." Hermione and Ginny blanched. "The beep?" Neville nodded. "And now that we are in war, there will be no leniency," Hermione said sadly, adding to that, "even if he doesn't like it, but Harry is the savior, a hero if there ever was one. Kingsley has betrayed one of the most famous wizards, and alone for that he is going to pay." Ron nodded, for once without any sign of envy. "Hey, look, Dumbledore is moving again," said Ron, grinning. "Yeah, he is whispering something to Snape and McGonagall. I bet there is going to be a meeting of the you-know-what," Hermione said. Ginny and Ron nodded. "And I bet we are special guests now," added Hermione and gulped. "Oh shit," Ron said. Hermione was right, of course, and even before the breakfast was over, McGonagall came to them and summoned them for a meeting after lunch. "Could you please invite Miss Tonks too?" she added. "We don't know, Professor. She is probably in Harry's quarters now, and nobody of us has the password," Hermione said. McGonagall looked surprised. "He didn't give you the password?" "No, we wondered about that too, but now it makes sense," Ginny said, deep in thought. "Could you explain that?" asked the elderly professor. "If you think about it, it is clear. Harry wanted to keep his relationship secret, and he was right about that, as we all could see," she added with a cold voice. "His quarters were one place where they could meet. He didn't give us the password, so we couldn't surprise him and uncover his secret." McGonagall nodded. "That makes indeed sense. And I assure you, I am not happy with the headmaster at the moment. Harry was of course right. Professor Dumbledore should respect his privacy. But otherwise he is right about a teacher-student relationship," she sighed. "If you ask me, Professor, as long as Harry is happy, I would say nothing against it. And she isn't so much older than he is," Hermione said seriously, and sent also a fuming glare in the direction of the headmaster. "While I agree with you, it is still against the school rules. Now, remember, there is a meeting after lunch, kids." She left the Gryffindor table. The friends got up and left too. already thinking about what they were going to say in the meeting. The members of the order were waiting anxiously that the meeting would begin. The most of them hadn't a clue what this was about because the meeting was unscheduled. Molly looked nearly afraid as the kids came in. "Where is Harry? Has something happened to him?" she asked. "Mum, keep cool. Harry is fine." "He is." Dumbledore interrupted Ron and called the meeting to order. "Why are we here, Albus? And where is Harry?" Molly asked and disregarded all rules of the proper opening. "That is the point, Molly," Dumbledore said without his well-known twinkle in his eyes. "He is missing and he endangered the life of a fellow member." "He did nothing of that sort." Ron interrupted him fuming. "You were the one who betrayed Harry and you were the one who told this level, what was it?" "Level Omega." Hermione helped and sent the surprised headmaster a cold look. "Yeah, this level Omega secret. You screamed it through the whole school. Harry did nothing. You endangered his life." "Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore bellowed disbelievingly. "Is that true, Albus?" Moody asked seriously. "Yes it is," answered McGonagall strictly. "Minerva," said a disturbed Dumbledore, "even I would never spill a level Omega secret, Albus, not even to you." Moody said with a steely voice, "If Kingsley was so dumb to do this and even more so in front of witnesses, then he has deserved the sentence for high treason." "Alistair, you can't be serious." "I am, Albus. Nobody betrays a level Omega secret, nobody. And if you bellowed this information through the whole school, then you are the one who betrayed the thrust of Kingsley and so you were partly responsible as well as him. And if Mr. Weasley was right, you betrayed Harry too. This level is only for the most protected secrets of the unspeakables. Even the minister is not informed of anything with this security level. The question is, what has Potter to do with this mess?" Dumbledore fell back in his seat and buried his face in his hands. "And where is he?" Molly asked, white as a sheet. "That is the question why we are here. To answer your question, Alistair," said Dumbledore a bit calmer as before, "today came 4 Aurors in the Great Hall. One of them was Kingsley. They were sent to collect Mr. Potter and bring him to the Ministry, seemingly to the Department of Mysteries. Kingsley informed me that there is more than a friendly relationship between Harry and Nymphadora." Tonks growled and sent him a cold stare, but he ignored her. "Of course I couldn't allow a teacher to date a student. So I asked her if it was true. And it was." "Yeah, and nobody deserves a punishment more than Potter." Snape growled. "Keep your mouth shut, Snape," Remus said in an icy voice. "So he is at the Ministry now?" Molly asked hopefully after she mustered Tonks. "That I cannot answer, Molly. That is the reason why the kids are here now. I hoped they could tell me what Harry was up to." "We don't know, Professor," Hermione answered truthfully. "We knew he was up to something serious. He declined Quidditch, he dropped all classes that seemed unimportant to him, and he did nothing more than studying. We don't know anything more." "Nothing more?" Dumbledore asked and locked his gaze with her, then with Ron and finally with Tonks. "It seems to be true. Miss Tonks, what can you say us about his whereabouts?" "Nothing," she answered coldly. "Nymphadora, that is more important than a little grudge. If it helps you, I am sorry how I treated you in your relationship," Dumbledore said harshly. As Moody said, "No one spills a level Omega secret, Headmaster, not even to the Order." Dumbledore stared disbelievingly at the young witch. "Besides, I don't know where he is right now," Tonks added. "Tonks, please, tell us what you know. I am worried about him," Molly pleaded with tears in her eyes. Tonks rolled her eyes. If Dumbledore did not disturb his plans too badly, then he should be fine at the moment. But Harry said that he believes that this cowardly action will change his plans drastically, but even he didn't know anything more. Most of the members gasped at the remark about Dumbledore, but the cold glares of the teens and Remus silenced every argument. "Why did he leave in the first place? He has to take his newts," Molly reasoned. "That he did right after Christmas. And it seems he passed." Dumbledore sighed. "He did what?" "Yeah, Mum, and he passed with flying colors too." Ron grinned. "But what is he going to do?" She was near a breakdown. Dumbledore's twinkle came back. For him, couldn't this meeting go better? Molly, with her protectiveness of Harry, interrogated the involved people more than he ever could. However, he wasn't satisfied with the information. Remus, do you know something about it? He asked. Remus looked as peeved as Tonks. He shrugged coolly and answered, I won't betray Harry's thrust. And Molly, he is fine. Remus, please, she begged. Molly, all I know is that he is training. I don't know more. Remus sighed. Training. Snape laughed. Shut up. Tonks bellowed. But with whom? I thought he would learn from you, Albus, or even Tonks. Molly asked. But he learned from me, Molly. We trained together since summer. Tonks tried to ease her mind. It seems we get no more information. Harry seems to be quite secretive about his plans. Dumbledore gave in. He had of course used his legilimency, but he got nothing out of Tonks, who was an average Occlumens, and he got also nothing from Remus or the kids. He knew, however, that all were saying the truth. It is imperative that we find him. Keep your eyes open, please, and inform me immediately if you find him or some clues, he ordered his followers. The same goes for you three, said Dumbledore with a look at the kids. I won't tell you anything, Headmaster, with all due respect. I will not betray Harry, and honestly I am more than angry with you now. What is between Tonks and Harry is nothing you have anything to say about, and you had no right to spill that to the whole school, especially to the Slytherins. They are going after Tonks now, and all only because you can't keep your nose out of Harry's life, said Hermione to an flabbergasted Headmaster. Granger, 20 points, Snape bellowed. For Gryffindor. Because she is right. McGonagall interrupted the potions master and glared at him. Way to go. And for me it's the same. Ron congratulated a blushing Hermione. Yeah, for me too. Ginny supported them. Thank you guys, said Tonks and grinned. That is outrageous, Dumbledore bellowed. That may be. But if you make us choose between the Order and Harry, we support Harry. Besides, you don't give us any information and we are no members of your order. So what? That has nothing to do with school, so you can't order us to do it. If Tonks and Remus say he is safe, then he is safe. Harry has changed professor, if you like it or not. He seems to know what he is doing now, and if he deems his actions right, then that's enough for me, Ron said boldly. Then he looked to his mum, afraid he offended her, but all he got was a proud look and a smile. You are certainly right, Ron. Harry has changed, he is more mature. If he went voluntary, then we shouldn't worry too much, she agreed and seemed finally to calm down. If that's your decision, you should go. Dumbledore was fuming now. Finally, the Inquisition is over, said Ginny joyfully, and skipped out of the office, followed by an grinning Ron and a relieved Hermione. Now to you, Tonks. You swore an oath to help the Order. You have to relay all information regarding Harry. The same goes for you, Remus, said Dumbledore sternly. I know that, and I will tell you all I get to know, even if it is against my will. But I will tell you nothing with a level Omega secrecy. I swore an oath to the Ministry too, and that is exactly the point where I have to choose, and here's my life at stake for nearly worthless information. And you are damn right about that. I would skin you personally if you spill any secret above level beta, Tonks. Moody agreed, and that put a stop to all objections. If he is the second in command in the Order agreed to that, then there was no arguing. Tonks, if you get a message from Harry, please tell him not to contact me and not to tell me anything, said Remus with a smug look. Will do, Moony, she answered, grinning. Dumbledore gasped and his eyes blazed with anger. Stop it, Albus, Moody demanded. If you go on with this bullshit, you will lose half of the Order. We keep our eyes open, and that is enough. I will contact my friends in the Ministry if they know something. Thank you, Alistair. At least someone is loyal to the cause. That has nothing to do with the cause, Albus. Moony disagreed promptly. Stop it. All off you, Moody bellowed. All right. Meeting adjourned. Dumbledore sighed. As they left, Moony took Tonks aside. Why did you agree to spill any information? Tonks grinned. Because I have the distinct feeling that nearly all information I am going to get from him or about him is under a high secrecy level. Did you notice that all the bits of information about his abilities or plans seemed to have a security level? He seemed exactly to know what he was allowed to tell me and what he was allowed to tell you. You're right, he did that already all the time, he replied with a mischievous grin. I assume he is training under the Department of Mystery, he asked her. I could answer that, but then I would have to kill you, and that would make a very unhappy Harry. He would punish me and not beat me for at least an hour. No, not good, she answered, grinning. Only an hour. If you kill me? He asked incredulously. 1.5 at most. I am sure. Any time longer he would punish himself. Then better kill me not. Remus answered and laughed. Besides, he asked me to watch your back. If you kill me, I can't, and that would make him also unhappy. So let's keep peace. Yeah, peace, she said and made the peace symbol with her fingers. Both laughed loud and went to their rooms. I only hope that doesn't change his plans, she sighed before she went in her bed. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the video.